The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Sarow. Senator Sarow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet.
Here.
Senator Vialet, present.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory as present.
Senator Fred Gregory, present.
Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 31st, 2021. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Number 20, Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman Vialet, please excuse my absence from the Committee on Finance scheduled for August 31st, 2021. I am currently out of the territory to attend a family member's funeral. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator James as excused and Senator Sarow as present.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 1 absent, 1 excused.
Any more correspondence?
No,
Madam,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2022 Budget Hearing for Tuesday, August 31st, 2021, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive updated testimony from the Governor's financial team on the proposed fiscal year 2022 executive budget and review the fiscal year 2021 supplemental budget request for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. In Block 1, Fiscal Year 22 Budget Wrap-Up. Block 2, Fiscal Year 21 Supplemental Budget Request. Invited testifiers: the Government of the Virgin Islands Financial Team. Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Bosede Bruce, Commissioner, Department of Finance. Joel A. Lee, Director, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Allison Degazon, Ph.D., Director, Bureau of Economic Research. Florine Audane Hassel, Acting Director, Division of Personnel. Joss Springett, Esquire, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority. Adrian Williams Octillion, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery and Public Finance Authority. Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. And Brent A. Leardom, Tax Collector, Office of Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Today, the Committee of Finance will be having its budget wrap-up. We have in the chambers 3 individuals who will be providing testimony, and we have a number of individuals who will be testifying virtually. I'm going to give those members in the chamber a chance to put the name and title on the record, but before I allow them to do that, I want to welcome Senator Noble Francis. Thank you for coming. And then I'm going to let the lead testifier put her name on the record along with the two individuals in here and go to those individuals who are participating virtually. Director O'Neill? Start over again. The mic for Mr. Director O'Neill. Testing. Middle mic. Okay, let's start the Commissioner of Finance.
Good morning. Osede Bruce, Commissioner Designee of Department of Finance.
Okay, and you're going to pull the mic down a little bit, Ms. Bruce. So later.
Good morning. Brent Lairdam, Tax Collector, Office of the Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Okay, we'll go to those who will be participating virtually. Mr. Reimer.
Good morning. Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Human Resources and Information Technology, Division of Personnel. Morning.
Director Degazan.
Good morning, Director Degazan. Bureau of Economic Research.
You got to do that again, Director. We're not hearing you clearly.
Good morning. Good morning, Director Degazan. Alistair Degazan, Bureau of Economic Research.
Director Springer. Thank you.
Good morning, Josh Springer, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Ms. Williams, Octaline.
Good morning, Adrienne Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Sassel.
Good morning, Florine O'Dane Hassel, Acting Director for Division of Personnel.
Mr. Simmons.
Good morning, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Mr. Mills. Unmute your device.
Good morning, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor.
Thank you. Now let's go back to Ms. O'Neill.
Good morning, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, thank you so much. Director Lee will be joining us shortly. He should be on virtually before the testimony is over. So we're going to begin with the testimony that is being led by Director O'Neill. Senator Carrion is also here. I didn't hear him, so please, Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Carrion as present.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 excused.
Thank you so much. Senator Carrion, can we test your device? Just say something on the record. Put on your camera, Senator Carrion, and then test, and then you can take it back off. There you are. Unmute. Unmute your device. No, we're still not hearing you. So still not hearing you, Senator. Okay, we're going to try to work out those kinks. Maybe we can log off and then log back on Senator Carrion, and we'll go ahead with the testimony. Director O'Neill, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, other members of the committee and of the 34th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience of the Virgin Islands. On behalf of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., we thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the fiscal year 2022 executive budget submission. I am Jennifer C. O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I am accompanied by other members of the Governor's financial team. In the chambers with me are Bosede Bruce, Commissioner Designee of the Department of Finance, and Brent Leardam, Tax Collector, Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Appearing virtually are Florine Ordain Hassel, Acting Director of the Division of Personnel, Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, Joss Springett, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Ira Mills, Tax Assessor, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Allison Degazan, Director of the Bureau of Economic Research, Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Public Finance Authority, and Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. During the budget overview delivered on June 3rd, 2021, we presented a proposed total appropriated and non-appropriated budget of $1,485,472,985 for fiscal year 2022. This amount reflected $963,020,471 for the general fund, $210,151,408 for other appropriated funds, and $253,963,071 for non-disaster related federal funds. Today, we present an updated budget of $945,022,947 for the general fund, with a net positive difference of $17,997,524, $119,896,918 in other appropriated funds, $58,338,035 in other non-appropriated funds, and no change to federal grants, for a total proposed budget of $1,377,220,971. Although our harbors are starting to come back to life, with the first cruise ship disembarkations in over a year happening within the last 2 months, the closure of the Lime Tree Bay Oil Refinery will have a consequential impact on fiscal year 22. With this in mind, we continue to attempt to minimize overall government expenditures while maintaining a high level of productivity and service to the community. As a result, the budget update includes adjustments to our revenue projections, as well as to proposed expenditures for several departments and agencies. The territory's economic recovery since the devastating hurricanes of 2017 has continued to improve steadily. Although COVID-19 has impacted the territory's finances in many ways, the damage has been limited twofold. One, this administration has done an excellent job of balancing the safety of Virgin Islanders while still having a functioning economy. Thus, although COVID-19 continues to be the new normal, the government is in an excellent position financially to handle its obligations. Additionally, with the influx of federal funds from the CARES and American Rescue Plan Acts, the government utilized these funds to offset revenue losses, deliver an effective public health response to the pandemic, and modernize much of the government's infrastructure. Utilizing updates to actual revenue collections through the end of July and agency projections as presented during the recent revenue estimating conference held in the beginning of August, our revenue projections have been updated for the upcoming fiscal year 2022 to $945,022,952, inclusive of $30 million from the American Rescue Plan Act to offset revenue losses. This reflects a net negative difference of approximately $18 million, accounting for a 2% decrease in overall revenue projections. The most significant changes can be seen in the income tax and other revenues categories, which show an 11% and 17% decline respectively when compared against our projections back in May 2021. A large portion of these decreases is attributed to the closure of the Lime Tree Bay Oil Refinery, as employees have been terminated, leading to a reduction of income taxes collected on a monthly basis, as well as the loss of the refinery operation payment due to the GVI per the operating agreement. Conversely, significant increases are projected with the resumed excise tax collections, accounting for an increased projection of 56% for fiscal year 22 and 138% increase in corporate franchise taxes. Overall, while we have already begun to see some of the negative impacts of the Lime Tree closure, along with an increased unemployment percentage, our ongoing recovery projects, along with the positive gains we have seen from pandemic disaster funding, have cushioned an otherwise largely unfavorable impact. We also continue to see an increase in air arrivals and look forward to the continued return of cruise ship passengers in addition to heightened excise tax collections. While the revenue projections have declined, this is a much smaller decline than anticipated if disaster funding was unavailable. Given the fluidity of revenue projections, budgetary discussions continued with agencies and departments over the summer to hone and sharpen anticipated expenditures for fiscal year 2022. In line with the new revenue projections, the projected expenditure budget for all agencies and departments is $945,022,947. One significant downward adjustment is the budgeting of vacancies at a reduced 50% instead of the 100% that was submitted in May. While all vacancies for all departments will still be included, these vacancies have been funded at 50% to account for a realistic timeline of when individuals may be hired and come on board. As informed by historical performance, some individuals may be hired closer to the onset of the fiscal year, while many will not be hired until closer to the end of the fiscal year. As such, 50% funding of these vacancies presents a more realistic funding approach that will be monitored closely throughout the year to ensure agencies are able to hire as intended. Other notable adjustments include $60,000 for recruitment and retention, as well as $250,000 for repairs to the Gertie House for the Board of Education, $220,000 for the Bureau of Internal Revenue for training and additional equipment, $1,248,000 for 2020 and 2021 audits under the Department of Finance, $560,900 for 10 new vehicles, an excavator and a digger for the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, $1 million for Crime Stoppers in the miscellaneous section of the budget under OMB, and $4,549,860 added to cover the cost of the health insurance increase. Looking to 2022 and beyond, growth in economic activity to include new investments and revenue-generating measures is needed to see a sustained net positive impact to revenue collections. The closure of the Lime Tree refinery operations, the impact of interrupted business operations due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and the still reduced level of operating businesses since the 2017 twin storms continue to be points of uncertainty. Additionally, we see maintained downside risks, such as the government's high public debt load, unfunded pensions, and a struggling public utility. Even with all of these factors, the territory is well poised for economic growth through the completion of all disaster recovery projects, improvements and upgrades to the IT and physical infrastructure, and strengthening our workforce for high-paying and in-demand jobs. With the initiatives and activities set forth in this budget, as well as other plans and implementations within the government's agencies and departments, we have much to look forward to. Mr. Chair, this concludes our prepared statement. The governor's financial team stands ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director, for your testimony. You caught me off guard there for a minute. Colleagues, we're going to go to an 8-minute round of questioning. Before I go to that 8-minute round, you're saying that the new projection for this fiscal year is now $945,022,952?
Yes, Senator.
And that includes $30 million from the American Rescue Plan?
Yes.
Okay, so in actuality,
It's
with all other collection is 915,022,947 collections.
In collections.
915,022,947. After we passed 8411, which was sent down with the changes that were recommended, what was the total general fund budget? 8411 and 8365 and the other bills.
Let me pull
It
that
was
up.
800 and
So it's actually, we are at $900 million right now. I think it's 900,869,000. I'll get you the exact figure.
okay, the 900,859 includes the 8%.
Includes the 8%.
Okay, so including the 30 million, we're talking, if we don't include the 30 million, we're talking $15 million.
If we don't, I'm sorry.
If we don't include the 30 million from the American Rescue Plan, then with the 8%, the excess that we have in actuality is only 15 million.
Yeah. So the 8% is included in fiscal year 21
Correct.
numbers because it was passed now. Even
Correct.
though we are looking to pay in fiscal year 22, we still have to have the funding. So yes. So the actual number for the appropriations where we are currently with everything else that has been approved so far is $900,343,742.
Okay, and that's the 8% plus everything else that was approved before.
Yes.
Okay, which leaves $50 million difference, and then if you add on the 30, you have a $45 million difference.
Correct.
So what would you say is our excess? And I'm saying that because there needs to be clarification for the community. The governor has publicly been stating that there's a $71 million access or collections. We have a surplus. I was trying to think of the word. The governor has been actively on the radio waves for the last week, saying that there's a $71 million surplus, to the point we have already seen a bill drafted with the $71 million figure in it. So I need the retirees, everybody, to know what is actually the surplus after incorporating the 8%.
So, Senator, after incorporating the 8%, there is no surplus. In June, the numbers the governor was looking at was when we did the revenue estimating conference, which was early April, but those numbers were through the end of June. We now have the end of July's numbers in, and a number of other things have come up, including other appropriations. There is no surplus at this point when taking into account the reduced numbers in July, as well as the new appropriations, which includes the 8%.
And to include the supplemental budget when we take a look at that. So at the end of the fiscal year, in actuality, I just wanted to put that out there. There isn't a surplus. Matter of fact, there's an offset from the American Rescue Plan that would be utilized.
Necessary. Correct.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Are we saying, I need to be clear for clarification purposes for myself, are we saying that in the FY 2021 we are offsetting by 30 million? Did I hear that today?
For the American Rescue Plan?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator.
So FY 2021, we are utilizing $30 million to offset.
Yes.
So the supplemental and the, what we'll call the 8%, which is how much that was? 40.
I think it was about 45. I have
That's
it here.
$45 million is inclusive of. So we needed the offset in order to accommodate the supplemental? That's what we're saying?
No, well, most of the supplemental is actually reprogramming of funding.
So what's the purpose of the 30 million? I need clarification on that,
It is
please.
needed because the numbers again for July are a lot lower than we had projected. And we do not know what we will have for the end of August as well as September.
Okay, so we are approaching this from a conservative perspective.
That's correct.
So we have some unknowns. I want to make sure that
We
we
do
clear on
have
that
some
as well.
unknowns because we don't have August and September as yet.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. We also have a major known, and the major known is that the impact of Lime Tree Refinery have severely reduced collections on St. Croix.
Yes.
So July were very, very low, and we'll now look at August, and we still have September to include. We included a $14 million concession fee for the refinery. That's gone.
Correct.
You know, so
Yes.
the impact of losing 1,000 employees making $70,000-$80,000 is being felt throughout, and you're going to see it reflected as we move on. Let's begin with our round of questioning. Colleagues, we're going to do an 8-minute round because I want you to be comfortable and have enough time to be able to drill down. So we'll begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Director O'Neill.
Good morning.
Commissioner Posedi and Mr. Leadham. And thank you so much for your testimony and all other invited testifiers via Teams. Good morning to all. And I'm happy that the chair got clarification in respect to the so-called $71 million surplus, because we have been getting a lot of inquiries from the community in respect to that comment. So I'm happy that it was clarified. Let's go to the testimony and some of these numbers, the revised projections. And it is clear that Lime Tree have actually made our job a little more challenging in respect to anticipated revenues that would have been had if they were not too close at this point. Let's go to, I want to speak a little bit about the offset of the $30 million and in 21, and the CARES funding of $30 million also for the 21 budget. But for 22, in respect to the CARES funding, do we have any idea or clue how much we have left over that we can anticipate using in the 22 budget, number one? And number two, my question is in respect to the individual income tax and corporate income tax when it comes to the many projects that's in the pipeline with our recovery and the rebuilding of our community, with those hundreds of millions of dollars, and what those numbers, what we anticipate receiving from those revenues. Can we speak a little bit about that when it comes to ODR, etc.?
Sure. Director Williams-Actolin is actually on, and she can speak to the projects and the anticipated revenues relative to the COVID funding and what we would use. We are projecting to use $30 million as well in fiscal year 22.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that, Director Actolin. What do we see down the line?
See, good morning. Yes, we have actually about 221 projects that we expected that we should see to our gross receipts tax. We were looking at $31 million, and within FY 2022, our $31 million for $30 million for 2022 and $31 million for 2023.
And you said how many projects, and what's the dollar value of those projects?
So for 2022, we're looking at $606 million in total project costs, and the total amount of work that we expect to be completed from those projects. So that responds not include the completion of the projects, but the phase in which we believe it will be generating revenue for the project.
Okay, thank you for that. And I believe this will be for RIB. I'm not sure. The other revenues, or Lieutenant Governor's office, what other revenues, what's included in those that other revenues? Because I see the baseline projection was $60 million, but we are projecting $49,472,34,000. What's included in those other revenues?
Are you looking at the testimony, Senator?
No, I'm looking at the
revenue
chart.
sheet.
Yeah.
So other revenues includes licenses, fees, what we would have collected from Limetree in the concession fees, any customs duties, etc.
Okay, I'm clear on that now. Okay, let's go to real property, Mr. Leadham. Good day.
Good day.
So when it comes to real property, I see the baseline projection of $43 million, of course, and the revised is $43 million. And last fiscal year in 20, it was $60 million. Now, I know that on a regular, steadily, folks are coming back online with the repairs of the homes, etc. So we are not seeing much movement in the area, and why the projections are not higher in coming 22, in which, of course, the different programs that's online is actually coming out right now. So why won't you see an increase in that area? I expected to see a bump in that area for some reason.
Well, good morning, Senator. For fiscal year 2022, the amount of revenue collections is increased. The forecast is increased by $5 million from $53 million for 2021 up to $58 million for 2022, which represents an additional forecast of increase of $5 million in delinquency revenue collection.
And that's based on the current trend?
Yes, Senator, and based on the initiatives that are currently in place.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, Senator Blyden, hold your question 1 second, and I will resume your time, but let's take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Senator Blyden, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Leadham, let me go back to you because I need to drill down a little bit more when it comes to the Lieutenant Governor's office and taxes. Okay, let's go to property taxes, right? I know business owners who have complained that they have difficulties in trying to pay their fair share of taxes, and also in respect to personal individuals that have issues. Do you believe you have the right capacity in terms of number of employees to assist individuals when it comes to collection? And how are you doing in that space? Because I believe those numbers are pretty low in respect to the anticipation, and also what the number you have that outstanding on the streets in respect to collections.
2 minutes.
Mike, please.
And also state your name
Go
before
ahead.
you speak.
State
also,
your name
please.
before you speak, and pull the mic down to you so you can speak directly into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. Currently, the staffing of the Office of the Tax Collector has vacancies that are being filled. So
many?
that's
How many?
in progress right now.
How many?
5 vacancies that's being filled currently.
Do you believe they will be filled by the end of this fiscal year, or when do you anticipate having them filled?
Before the end of this fiscal year will be tight. We're in the final phases for at least 2 of those, and it may happen before the end of this fiscal year. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so so you can say that you do have a challenge in terms of capacity and assuring that we can collect all of the revenues that needs to be collected.
Yes, sir. We've already taken the steps to increase our capacity to do so.
So do you believe once we have done that number, we can see an increase in that number in respect to the $43 million?
Well, along the way, we expect to see increased revenue collections on delinquencies, as well as to improve the rate of collections on current year obligation.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Let me go back to Mr. Lee at IRB. Good day, sir. How are you doing, Director? Morning.
How are you, Senator? Good day.
I'm good. I'm good. Let me ask, in respect to internal revenue and the collections, I know in the baseline collection for this year is $411 million, and revised projection is 419 estimated. What are we seeing in respect to bumping that number up coming in at the IRB?
Well, we're hoping that, the good thing is, and I've said publicly recently that we've changed our model, how we do things. We've been actually paying a lot of monies out, the pandemic. So what we find is, as we are paying those out, the community is spending those in the businesses. So we're really getting a percentage of those funds back in taxes. So, I'm using just me as an example, but we have other agencies that are going to be cranking out a lot of funds as well. So we, unfortunately, are able to drive or have a control a little bit of our destiny as far as tax collection goes. So, and I know the administration is very aggressive with trying to put monies out there. So I do expect us to be in a good position.
Time.
Considering all of the other stuff that we have to deal with.
And in closing, in addition to putting on those monies and folks spending those funds, do we see, despite the challenges we have with COVID-19, etc., an increase in new businesses or other type of businesses in the territory? Do you see anything going on in that space?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. There's been a boom of license applications and entrepreneurs who have decided to kind of capitalize on what's going on, especially with all the monies that are coming to the territory.
And that's why it shows that we are very resilient, and where there is challenges, there is opportunity, and where there is opportunities, folks basically go and provide the services that's needed, and that's how new businesses are started, and that's how we do well here in the territory. So I want to thank you so much for your responses. And Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time with my line of questioning. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Now, Ms. Hassel, how long does it take to process a NOPA?
In the House, and when it comes to Division of Personnel, we turn it around in about 3 days.
Thank you.
But if you're talking
That's
about
good.
when
That's
it comes
good.
from the agency,
That's the only question I had, Ms. Hassel. So, Mr. Latham, why are you going to take until the end of September to hire 5 people? If they could turn a NOPA around in 3 days, what's the issue?
Well, we are in the final stages of the first two.
The last time you came before us, you were in the final stages, and that was weeks before when we had office of the Lieutenant Governor. The exact same question was asked. And we heard we're in the final stages. That was at least 2-3 weeks ago, colleagues? 3 weeks ago? So from 3 weeks, what progress have you made to hire those individuals?
We have since conducted interviews and concluded final interviews, made recommendations, and the approvals have been given. And so I imagine it's forwarding on now to personnel.
Approval have been given by who?
By the agency head, the Lieutenant Governor.
Ms. Hassel, do you have anything in your queue from the Lieutenant Governor Office for property tax for hiring individuals to come on board?
I will have to know the exact position of the person that they hired, and I could be able to tell you that, Senator.
Let's know the exact position, Mr. Latham. What's the exact position that's been hired?
Tax Collector 1.
Tax Collector 1, so I'll give you a few minutes and I'll come back to you, Ms. Hassel. And the issue I have is that at the last budget markup, we made sure that we funded positions to generate revenue, to collect internal revenue, etc. Every entity that needed individuals to collect revenue, we funded those positions. We add some with line item, and this is now August, end of August. So to collect our taxes, we don't want to hear this long drawn out process. We want to know when are these individuals going to come online. If you had interviewed, I mean you have interest. If that interest have the requisite skills, we need to bring them online. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I going to deal straight to Act 8383. And good morning, Director, you and your team, and thank you for each of your individual teams and departments for doing the great work you've been doing in the territory. I do appreciate it. Couple of things I need to know. Act 8383 for 2020 was the $5 million sent to GRS. Is it a part of this budget?
No.
Will that money be sent to GRS?
It will be taken into consideration.
Taking it, but based on the law says...
We understand what the law is. It will be taken into consideration.
Wait, say again, you decide what the law is? I didn't understand.
We understand what
Okay,
the law is. It will be taken into consideration.
Okay, so the $10 million that you're sending to GRS from the Rumcov over money, that have to do with this $5 million?
No, it does not.
Okay, so the $5 million, is it, you're sending on a supplemental budget right now where you're getting money from the CARES Act, $30 million to augment, but the $5 million from Act 8383 for year 20 isn't in it?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, so then I guess that's on GERS to address that issue. Now, for 2021, I want to make it clear, the governor said $71 million we had in excess. And you're saying it is not in excess.
There is no excess, and you cannot have an excess for the year until the year is finished. We're not finished. Again, when the governor spoke, it was relative to the numbers through the end of June and our projections at that time. We're not, the year is not ended. We still have another month to go in the fiscal year.
You see, but it becomes confusing to the person who out there in GRS, what it is worrying about what's going to happen to the system. And then we have a law that says in 2020, half the monies goes to GERS, which the governor said at the time 60 million. They figure in their mind, well, 30 million will go to GRS. No, it's supposed to be 5 million now, but that isn't even in the supplemental budget. You see, that's it send mixed messages, you know. So let me help try send the right message. Now, in 2021, up to $50 million from Act 8383 is to go to GRS. So you're saying right now there's no supplemental monies. Okay, and Act 8383 was signed by Governor Albert Bryant on the 26th day of October 2020. May 28, 2021, the message for the governor, where the governor sent down a 2-year budget, and I'll read it straight from the book. Revenue projection continue to increase over the next 2 years, providing a very impressive outlook for FY22 and FY23, with general fund budget of 963 million 020,471 and 976 million 372 193 respectively, which was for 22 and 23. Now, in your testimony today, you say in your testimony today we present an updated budget of 945 million. Plus, you're adding the $30 million you said from the CARES Act, I think it was. That was correct, quoting you?
It's the American Rescue Plan, and it's not plus. It's not a plus to the 945. It is part of the 945.
Oh, so the 30 is a part of the 945.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, so then you have with a net positive difference of 17,997,000. What does a net positive difference mean?
Actually, that should be negative. My apologies. That's a negative difference.
So it's supposed to be with a net negative difference?
That is a negative difference to what it was.
Okay, but is net positive is what you read into the record.
And again, I just said, my apologies, it is a negative difference.
No, to me, apologies accepted. I'm just saying again, in reading what you're putting out, that's all I'm going with. I ain't making no innuendos or anything. So to project for two years, 963 and 976 without any additional monies, and then now to come a little confusing. Another point. The letter from the governor goes on to state, highlights include wage increases 4% in 22, 3% in 23. Funding for over 1,200 vacant positions in 22, $110 million for both fiscal year for tax refunds, and $38 million for repayment of 8% salary cut. That was in the 2023 budget. Proposed 2023 budget was 38 million, or was it 22? In the 22 budget, a proposed $38 million. So that $38 million should have been factored in, which has been factored in to the budget for 22, correct? In the governor's message in the budget book, page 2, where he mentioned fiscal year for tax refunds, which are FY22, 110 million over both fiscal years for tax refunds, and $38 million for repayment of 8% salary cut. That's factored into the budget already, correct?
So again, the governor's letter, and you're mixing apples and oranges, in all honesty.
2 minutes.
The letter was in May. A lot of things have happened since May, namely Lime Tree closure.
Okay.
Namely,
hold
continued.
Hold right there, Director. Okay. Lime Tree Bay closure in May.
Lime Tree Bay closure is not in May, it's after May.
After May. So how much money do we get on a monthly basis from Lime Tree?
The monthly isn't the problem. It is, and it's not just from Lime Tree. You have to factor in the number of people that have been laid off.
Right.
Since
I'm trying
that
to factor
lowers
in
the
all of that.
income tax collections. It lowers gross receipts that we're collecting from businesses that have closed. There's a number of things that have been impacted in the closure of the refinery. It's not one thing that you can look at.
But I'm saying, from the Lime Tree Bay closed 1 month.
June.
They closed in June. So the repercussion should be from July, August, 2 months.
So what is your
September
question?
1st. Today is September 1st.
What is your question?
So that I'm
Today is
saying-
August 31st. What is the question?
Okay, hold up. Let's
August
take
31st,
1 minute. Director,
Okay.
you got to let him go directly to the question. Don't
Yeah,
ask him.
and that's what I say. I
Okay,
come
hold
in
on.
peace.
I'm just saying
You know.
we're going to have a good hearing.
Yeah.
So just one at a time and wait on the senators, testifiers, wait on the senators until they conclude, and then you can respond. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate. And again, Director, if I seem like a hogging you, I apologize, but I'm not. I'm just reading from what is being put out, and it's very confusing. One time it's a net positive, and then no, it's a net negative. It confuses people. That's why I'm trying to clarify and straighten it up. But again, the $38 million was factored in to the budget. Then, you know, I know my time boiling down, so I want, let me get in a couple other things, because I'm going to come right back to Act 83, and I'm going to pong it down until you get mad and get up and walk out again, or we're going to figure it out. The unions departments have came before us for the present their budgets, and they made the statement that OMB and them didn't have discussions in presenting their budgets. They found where unions were supposed to be paid, unions or bargaining units were supposed to be paid, and they were not paid. One is particular sports parks and recreation. I think 58 or 59 employees supposed to receive increases. They didn't. So different things like that. Now, how much money is owed to unions or bargaining units, if I'm saying it correctly, in this presently, that money has been put into 2022. How much money is owed to unions that have not been paid presently?
Attorney Springett.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
There was a breakup. Good morning. The reception was somewhat poor when you were asking your question. You made reference to sports parks, and then you asked about
1 minute,
money
Director.
owed in salary increases. Can you repeat?
Repeat your question in full, Senator.
Yes, I would like to know currently how much money is owed to unions for wage negotiations that they were supposed to be paid, that they have not been paid. And one union, such as I used, was for sports parks and recreation, where they didn't receive theirs. And then there's other unions who said partially they didn't receive this or that. What's the total amount of money?
Time.
You may respond.
Okay, Senator, when it comes to sports parks and recreation, there's more than one union that represents employees there. I know steelworkers represent some. So it would, I'm not aware of which one is owed. Let me verify. And your question, your second part of the question is how much money is owed. I don't think, did he say a fiscal year?
Totally that this fiscal year can cover.
Totally that this fiscal year, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Prior to this fiscal year, up to 2021, monies that were supposed to have been paid to unions that have negotiated, was the total amount of money owed to those unions? And is that money in the 2022 budget to pay them?
Okay, I can provide the numbers based on my estimated amounts for 2019 is 3.3 million, 2020 4.3 million. I'll have to verify the information that you requested for sports parks. I'm not aware of which bargaining unit you're referring to. Give me a moment, please.
Okay, so I don't hold up in the essence of time. You could check on that, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I could follow up after.
No,
Appreciate it.
okay. As soon as you get the answer, Director Swingett, let us know, and we'll allow you to put it on the record. I think one of the issues that we're facing is the constant pronouncement of $71 million surplus, which places the budget director in a funny position because there's no $71 million surplus. However, there was a projected $71 million surplus back in April. But anyone that took Economics 101 would know that the closure of the major refinery in St. Croix with 800 jobs would definitely impact the amount of surplus that you're going to realize at the end of the year. $64 million, I estimate, minimum in salaries at Lime Tree. So you could see the impact in June. You could see the impact especially in July, and you're going to see it in August and September. So along with the impact on individual income tax, you lost a $14 million concession fee. I think we got $2 million for the terminal. That's gone. The gross receipt generated, and if you live in St. Croix, you could feel the difference in the stores by the closure of Lime Tree. So the gross receipts reduced. The amount of excise tax we expected to collect, those Lime Tree workers drank like anything else, like sailors. Directly affected. Rental properties directly affected. So a lot of time we rejoice when certain things happen without realizing the economic situation we're going to end up with. And I'm an advocate for making sure that we have protect the health of the Virgin Islands and that the refinery open and produce a product in an environmentally safe manner. But long and short, all of the $71 million that was ballied about this week, we have a $71 million surplus, not true. And if you're scrubbing the numbers, you know it was not true. And I've been saying that from the onset. It's not true, and it's unfair to tell people in this community that we have a $71 million surplus when you know it's not true. It's unfair to have people writing legislation for money to go to retirees, etc., when you know we won't have a $71 million surplus because we pay the 8% income tax and you have a supplemental budget coming down. So then you put the Senate in a funny position. Senator Francis, your point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the previous, my previous colleague question around the 83, I think it's 83. I think he kind of tried to drill down on FY21. However, we know that in FY 2020, any surplus, a percentage, I believe it's 50% of the surplus, was to go to GRS. Now, there's some responsibility, and I want to make sure that I put that on the record, because I think it's important that it doesn't appear as if our OMB director isn't so necessarily in favor of moving those funds over to the GRS as prescribed by the law. It is in fact that we were asked, this body was asked to ensure that we place an amendment to that particular legislation, and as a sponsor of the legislation, I've been following it, to ensure that we place an amendment to the legislation to ensure that any funds that is in fact transferred is credited towards the amount associated with the court case. So I know that you become a little frustrated, OMB director, but can you please put on the record your perspective on what I just said, and in fact, if that is what is creating the discourse as it relates to why the funds has not been transferred to the government employees retirement system to date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator, you are correct. There is a $19.9 million judgment that we do need to pay, And so, yes, we have asked for all legislation, including the 10
million.
that goes from the matching fund to actually be credited, or change the verbiage to be credited to the outstanding $19.9 million obligation.
Okay, and thank you for the answer. We do need to do that. Every penny that we give into the retirement system, we need to satisfy that $19 million debt so that we no longer have that hanging over our heads. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today, represent the budget wrap-up. Again, we have had the opportunity to painstakingly go through some 61 different central government, semi and full autonomous agencies, and today represent the culmination of that. I wanted to ask you, Madam OMB Director, whether or not, and I was looking forward to some actionable items that was derived as a result of those hearings. That's 61 hearings that have been held by the Committee of Finance in respect to some of the things that you believe that you needed to ensure that this government be responsible for as we go into the FY 2022 budget. Is there anything, I know that we went through the issues of vacancies over and over in those hearings. Have there been any mandates, any goals set by the financial team in respect to that?
Yes, Senator. So we have, we're continuing to encourage persons, and the governor actually has put out there in our meetings that he wants most departments, especially those revenue collecting agencies, to submit, when the fiscal year begins, submit their PRFs so that they can be approved and there's no one thing happening. They submit all of them so they can start the hiring process, and that will help to get people on board faster and not have this lag in getting people on, as we've seen. So there's that really is happening, and one of the mandates from the governor.
So in respect to that, I know that initially when you came before us, we talked about a little bit over 1,200 vacancies that needed to be filled. Where are we in terms of that number? Are we still looking at the 1,200 number?
Yes, Senator. We did not reduce the number of vacancies. We only reduced the level of funding because every position was budgeted at 100%, which we know we won't get every single person on October 1st. So we reduced that. But the positions are available, and we continue to advertise. A lot of departments have it. I know Division of Personnel has a number of vacancies posted, and we're continuing the hiring process.
So within that mandate, again, because I believe that certainly filling those vacancies will help us with our GRS situation, have there been any specific mandate in respect to Division of Personnel and others to ensure that these vacancies are filled in a timely fashion?
Well, it's not, I don't think the issue really lies with Division of Personnel. I'll take them out of it. It starts with the departments themselves in moving those approved PRFs forward. You get the PRF approved, then you start advertising.
Let's take the mandate down then to the departments.
To departments, yes.
So have there been a mandate to make sure that they're moving those forward?
Yes, the governor has spoken about that. I think in our last cabinet meeting, there was a conversation about that, and I'm sure in the next one, there'll be another conversation about that.
Very well. So, so there's some timeline established by which we're intending to fill those vacancies.
Yes, so a number of departments have already indicated they want to have a lot of their positions filled within the first quarter. So we should see a number of people coming on board by December.
So perhaps about 25% of those should be...
That's the goal, yes.
At least, okay.
At
So
least,
about 300?
at least 25%, yes, by December, hopefully. The problem always is, of course, finding people is always really hard. Even though you have positions, it's really hard to find people.
Okay, let's move on from there. How much days of cash do we currently have on hand?
I'll take that. Commissioner Bruce will answer.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I'll pull it up.
Okay, you'll come back on that. How much payment have we actually given to GRS to date for FY 2021?
For regular payroll?
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Bruce would have to get you that as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
GRS, how much money has been given to GRS in any way, shape, or form? I know payroll is one of them, but any other legislation or requirement for payment to GRS? I'd like to get a total year-to-date payment to GRS. So in respect to your revenue collections, what year are you looking at in terms of that comparison data? What year? Obviously, we had the storms of 2017 that may have been impacted, but in 2018, then we went into the pandemic. What year are you utilizing to do the comparison in terms of where we at in terms of our revenue collections?
So we're using 2019, but we're also looking at actual 2017 because we actually had most of the year done before the hurricanes hit. We also take into account fiscal year 2016. 2018 was an anomaly. You saw a lot of things happening relative to projects. So gross receipts, excise taxes in particular was really high. We haven't seen that level since, mostly because of the court case. So we don't know if we'll get back to that 40 million we collected in 2018. But then 2019 kind of started to settle down. We were doing good. And then the pandemic in 2020. So it's been a challenge in trying to do projections based on historical because we don't have anything to really match it back to. There's so many factors in the last 4 or 5 years.
And as it pertains to BIR, it's obvious that our revenue collection in BIR in July had been really significantly lower than we had seen in previous months. Is that continuing into August, Mr. Joel Lee, Director Lee?
How are you, Senator? This is Joel Lee.
Hi.
I was able to send a preliminary cash collection report to our website. So, it's there to see, it does go through August 27th. So we do have a few days left in the month, and traditionally people tend to pay at the end of the month anyway.
2 minutes.
So we're kind of stable compared to where we were at last year, but I think overall we're on par. Obviously the expectation was for us to be a lot higher. Everybody knows at this point I'm very conservative, so at least if I stay close to where we were at in a prior year, especially mathematically, I expected it to be a little bit lower, but once again, we've been cranking out stimulus funds and, COVID money into the community. So that's been helping us stay afloat. But overall, I think we're on par with everything as expected, considering the COVID pandemic.
Very well. And in respect to your request for $4.5 million for the health insurance increase, will that mean that there's no cost will be passed on to the members?
To the employees.
To the employees?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay.
And relative to your question about the cash, 45 days of cash on hand as of last week, but it was actually for the week ended August 20th.
And in respect to the 11% impact with Limetree as a result of not being able to realize the revenues coming from Limetree, what is the proposed backfill in terms of being able to then capture that 11%? What are we looking at?
Those 200 plus projects Director Williams-Actolin mentioned, those are priorities. And so she has her marching orders from the governor to get those projects done.
Director Actolin, you want to expand?
Sure, absolutely. So we have a number of projects that have moved out of the design phase that are now in construction phase. We expect to have the very first school in construction in the next fiscal year, brand new school. So these projections are sound projections. Before we did them on just projections, these are actual projects that are moving. So we understand the mandate to ensure that projects continue to cushion the blow for the economic fallout.
Are those quarterly divided? Or do you have a projection for the first quarter and then the second quarter that you would like to speak to?
Yes, we do have. We have the projects done, the projections done by quarter. And going forward, I would have to drill down. I know, for instance, like the last quarter of this fiscal year, we have exceeded our initial projections by $10 million. Going forward, I can get back to you and give you the specifics by quarter if given the opportunity.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Chair. My time has been called, but if you could ask for the GRS year to date, I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We're current in our payments. They're getting a total for me.
Okay, say it on the record. Say your name on the record and then answer a little louder. We can.
Good morning, Bosede Bruce, Commissioner of Finance. We are current in our payments of deductions from employees, but my staff is getting the total for the fiscal year.
Employees and employer.
Employees and employers for the current fiscal year for each pay period, those are current, so they're getting me the total.
Okay. Okay, your projection next year, going back to because we're doing the markup later this week. You know, it's 945 projected for fiscal year 22 with the inclusion of 30 from the American Rescue Plan. You're projecting for 21 that you're going to collect $914 million.
Correct.
What is the present collection now? As of, give me a date, whether it's August 15th, what is the present collection overall?
Let me tell you.
Mr. Chair, this is Jasper Neal. I have the answer.
You may
the
proceed
question.
while they're looking for that answer.
Okay, Senator Graff asked for a status for the payments for employees at sports parks and recreation. The salary increases have been implemented. The retroactive payments, majority of them have been submitted for payment to the Department of Finance, and they are working on the remaining ones.
Thank you. Director O'Neill, do you have?
Sorry, 1 second. So we had 727,998,000 in operating revenues collected, and we have had some transfers in of 165,776 so far. Well, through August 20th.
For a total of?
That's what I was adding. Total of 893,774.
893,774. And that is of what date?
August 20th.
August 20th. So I mean, I'm probably looking at it. It seems to me you're going to exceed the 914.
Maybe. If depending, it depends. It really depends on how September plays out with the closure. Because I think Lime Tree officially closes in September.
They're sending home next set of employees, I think September 14 to 19, somewhere
Correct.
around there.
Yeah.
Did they transfer in, can you break it down a little bit?
So the transfers in, it's really payroll reimbursement is the biggest part from federal funds that we got back. That's $77 million in federal funds that we've been pulling back in.
Internal Revenue Matching Fund?
And the matching fund, only $20 million so far that we have transferred.
Insurance guarantee?
We have not moved anything from insurance guarantee or the transportation trust fund or any other fund at this point. It's just federal reimbursements, and $20 million from the matching fund.
Any from the ARP?
I'm sorry, from no, none from the, no.
Okay, because I'm seeing here, and colleagues, I'll go on to the next senator in 1 second. On your projections, your current projections, you're projecting income taxes, which include individual plus corporate, right?
Yeah, so total income taxes is individual and corporate, minus your refunds.
You're
yes.
projecting 458.
Yes.
And we are right now at 456. So with the new report put up by Director Lee, so it seems like we're going to exceed that. Other taxes include what? Gross receipt, excise tax, is property taxes included?
Property taxes, yes.
And what was the property tax collection to date, you said, Mr. Latham?
The property taxes to date is 41.7 million.
41.7?
Yes, sir.
Because we collected 239 in individual and income, and excise and gross receipt and some other areas, and you're projecting 322. I'm seeing that one might be a little bit off.
Yeah, property taxes will most likely be less because we're projecting 53, and we've only collected 41 so far. So there will be some.
So what's your projection, Mr. Latham, as to what we're going to collect?
Well, we're sticking with the 53 for the moment.
No, and the mic, make sure the mic is on, please. Yes, go ahead. I'll keep it down.
Yes, thank you, Senator. We're sticking with the 53 for the moment, for the reason being that, one, the lockbox payments for all of the mortgage companies and banks, they're just coming in now, as well as the delinquency publication is probably going to go out from next week.
How much did we receive in the lockbox?
It varies. I think the total is closer to some 3 million.
In the lockbox, that's all? For banks that escrow your property tax, only 3 million out of the 43?
I believe that's the figure. We'll verify that for you, Senator.
So you're expecting to collect $12 million in the next month and a half?
Yes, Senator.
How?
Well, as we said, we have a focus on delinquencies, and we're trying to move the needle on all of those for older years. So we're about to post a delinquency publication for tax years 2015 and before, and we're focused on that.
Give me a date when that will be posted. We asked the same question 3 weeks ago. Give me a date. When will that be posted?
We're hoping to have that posted from next week.
Why we have to hope? How we can't just post it?
Well, there's a process, sir. And during that process, we have to do many checks and balances to make sure that what we're posting is the best foot forward for the data that we have at the moment.
Okay, I don't understand the response, because when you post, if somebody paid, they're going to call your office, they're going to show proof of payment, and then you're going to remove their name. But if we don't go after individuals that owe delinquent taxes for donkey years, we can never improve this particular number. And there's no NOPA in personnel. Whoever is sending the NOPA from the Lieutenant Governor office need to send the NOPA to hire the individuals so we could collect the delinquent taxes. Yes, if you don't hire individuals, we're back to step zero. Senator Sarro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to those listening and viewing. Let's go back to the vacancy discussion that we were having earlier. Director O'Neill, as you know, we funded those vacancies at 100% throughout the government. So if these employees were not hired, what did we do with the savings?
In 2021?
Yeah.
So there's some reprogramming of vacancy savings in the supplemental that is coming this afternoon.
Okay. What is that amount?
I don't remember right now, but I will have it in a little bit.
I just want to drive home the point, and you and I have these discussions offline continuously, especially for agencies that serve a vulnerable population, for lack of a better word, and we're not hiring. Now let's look at an agency like DHS. They have at least 30-something employees in acting positions for as long as maybe 11 years, and you know that. So has that figure been factored in? Because we have to make those employees whole.
Yes.
If they're acting, they need to be paid at the salary that they're acting at.
Yes, Senator. So those PRFs were actually sent to OMB to have the changes made, and they were approved. To my knowledge, they were approved and sent back to the department, so they should be heading to Division of Personnel for new NOPAs shortly if they haven't been sent already.
Ms. Hassel? Good morning, Ms. Hassel.
Good morning, Senator Saro.
Can you verify that for me?
Those NOPAs have not hit Division of Personnel as of yet.
Okay, so Director O'Neill, you know what you have to do, right?
That would be Department of Human Services.
Well, I know, but you know, you come here, you're on the front line, so
okay,
we have to ask you to.
We'll assist
to help us. Okay,
Okay.
good. IRB Director Lee, how are you this morning?
Good morning, Senator.
Thank you. How many
Director.
how many returns do we have in error? Tax returns.
I would have to get that for you. I will say confidently, it has significantly dropped since the last time you asked me, but I will get a specific number for you on
Because I
that.
want to know how many individual income tax we have in error. Corporate income tax in error, I want the whole 9, and the GRT in error as well.
Understood.
Because we funded positions for you to have people in IRB to assist with the exorbitant amount of errors that you have. Okay?
That's correct.
All right. So I'll wait for that information. Director O'Neill, fringe. Have we readjusted the fringe? Because some agencies had like a 46%,
Yes.
some were at 50-something%. So go ahead.
So let me explain the fringe. So what has happened is with the new software that we have, OpenGov, we are now able to track each employee along with the level of insurance coverage that they have. And that changes. Before we were doing an average, now it's actual. And that's why you will see some departments have over 50% in fringe, like education is one of those. And I think I spoke to, I think it was Senator Viale about this. Education is actually over 50% because a number of their employees are families and their costs are higher. Then you have other departments that has less or a lot of single coverage, so their rate is lower. OpenGov is tracking each employee,
So
and
the
that's why it's different.
So the question would be, when you came for the initial budget presentation, did you had OpenGov?
Yes.
So the fringe numbers are accurate from then to now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Director Actaline, good morning. Are you there?
Good morning. I am.
Oh, okay. COVID funds, what's the balance of COVID funds? Overall, aggregate.
If you give me a second, I could actually get that for you. I don't want to hold up.
While you get that information, let me bounce back to Director Lee. Do you have that information for me, Director Lee?
No, sir. I have to get that run. I have to
need
have
it within
a
these
number
8
run.
minutes. All right, I'll wait.
I will try.
Okay, let me go back to Director O'Neill then. And this, I have a million questions. And this paper,
the revenue sheet.
Yeah, because they have 2.
Yes.
Right. Okay. The concession. I don't know if I'm reading correctly. If you could give me a like an explanation. I know Lime Tree Refinery, we took a hit there, but on the concession fee side, why our 2020 actuals was 8.1 million, and then your 2021 projection is 7.9. Tell me, explain those numbers to me.
Yeah, so the 7.9 is what we've actually collected. They should actually pay $11 million. We've collected 7.9. That's actual, an actual amount. They've sent that in so far. There is a filing that they have done where they're not really looking to pay the difference. However, we are, the legal people will deal with that aspect. From my side, we know that there is an obligation for the 11 million. So you will see the 11 million in the 22.
Correct.
Because there is that obligation. So I am keeping it there. I have not adjusted the 21 because, again, I'm allowing the legal people to do what they need to do. So I'm leaving it with just what has been paid so far.
So
If
let's
they
go
pay
back
the
to
difference, then we
2020.
deal with that.
2
In
minutes.
2020, did they pay the 11 million, or is that 8.1 million what they paid?
Director Simmons, do you have a different number than the 8? I'm not sure. Nathan?
Good morning. I'm sorry, what was the question?
The Lime Tree terminal collections for concession fee on the terminal.
The terminal fee for
2020.
2020 was $11.2 million.
Oh, 11.2. Okay, so you're saying that we may have a $3.1 million drop off here because they're unwilling to file and pay the balance?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. So we need to factor that in. Property tax. Next, same page. Mr. Ledam, I don't know what happened over there in property tax. If I'm going to be, your projection is less than your preliminary actuals, and I'm hearing the story that we're 46 million now, and 43, 46. Where we at?
42, 41.7.
41. Therefore, because we are 41, we are projecting lower. We can't project based on human error, if that makes sense. So because we're not collecting as we should, we lower the standard, we lower the bar, and that shouldn't be. So we haven't hired the people that we said we were going to hire, right? And your projection is less than what you collected last year. Talk to me about property tax.
Which projection are you referring to, Senator?
Your do you have this document?
I do not in front of me, but please.
Okay.
Which projection specifically?
Okay, so you have your actuals 2020 was 54.8 million, right?
Yeah.
And you're projecting 53 million.
That's correct. The 2020 actuals were higher than projected due to the 2019 tax bills being issued, being distributed late. And so we realized an excess of some 7.5 million from 2019 in the first week of fiscal year 2020.
Okay, let's go to your process then.
Time.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, please.
Go ahead.
So let's look at the process. And you have the system, right? You have a system?
A property management system? Yes.
Okay,
yes,
good.
we do.
And the system cannot be tweaked, correct?
Well, it is customizable.
Okay, so you have people who are willing to pay property taxes, and they have trouble paying it because how the system is set up, correct, at times?
Well, we have a new system that went online, and there were adjustments that needed to be made after they go live. So we've ironed most of the issues out, and there still remain some to be
So
addressed.
because of those issues, can we agree that we weren't able to collect as we should? Is that fair to say?
Well, one doesn't have to do with the other. We were able to allow people to pay when those issues arose. So the reduced collections are not a result of the system issues that we had.
My time has been exhausted, but I know a lot of property owners have come to our office willing to pay their property taxes, and they have encountered just tremendous obstacles. And I think the body can attest to that, because we are inundated with property owners that come to us, whether they want to pay half, a little bit now, or they had a payment plan before for one property, they want to pay the other payment plan, they want to pay the other bill in full for the next property, but you're adding the second property onto the current payment plan, and it's becoming just a total mess, and it has to impact the overall collections. But Mr. Chair will join on that on his time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Do you allow partial payments?
Yes, we do, Senator. The issue that has occurred with some persons coming in trying to pay their 2021 bills is because payment plans existed prior to that. And so we are working with the vendor to make certain that people can pay their bills that become current and due before they become delinquent, despite them having a payment plan for previous years. We are addressing that, and we have given persons who have...
So the payment plan they had for previous years, did they comply with the payment plan?
Yes, in most cases they have. And so when trying to pay the 2021 years, that's where the issue came up. And so we've addressed that with the vendor, and we've given assurances to those customers that experience that problem that we will be waiving any interest and penalties that may accrue.
So you did not accept the check or the money order from the person that wanted to pay?
In the two cases that I know of, we did, because those persons opted to have the current year roll into their existing payment plan. So we were able to accept.
So you have it fixed now?
No, that's not the full solution that we're seeking from the vendor. And
When will we have the full solution?
I don't have a timeline on that, Senator.
How much do we pay this vendor?
I'm sorry?
How much are we paying the vendor?
I would have to defer to the business office to find out how much that is.
What's the name of the vendor? I can look it up.
The vendor is Tyler Federal.
Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to the process again, so the taxpayer is on a payment plan for whatever, and they want to pay the second property tax bill that they have this year in full. Why are you rolling them into the existing payment plan?
Well,
and then you make life harder for them because now their overall payments that they're paying every month naturally will be more, correct?
Well, the customers are given an option. We don't just arbitrarily move them.
But you don't have much options based on a system that's not working.
We do, because the option is for them to continue paying a payment plan, and the 1 year that exists, the current year, 2021, we expect a solution to be soon forthcoming from the vendor. And if it goes beyond today, which is the delinquency date, we have noted those customers, and we will be making certain that they don't pay interest and penalty. So this is not a widespread a widespread situation. This is only 2 customers that we've identified with this situation.
Those 2 customers seem to have called multiple senators because St. Croix, St. Thomas have the same exact concern. So I don't think it is 2 customers. I just want to say, I'm going to look and see how much we pay in that particular vendor. Vendors that are doing work for the government of the Virgin Islands need to produce. We can't be paying these thousands of dollars every year for vendors for technical assistance and maintenance, and they can't fix simple problems. Somebody come in with a check to pay, we need to take the money. Senator Carrion, you recognize. While we're waiting for Senator Carrion, Mr. Simmons, what was the request of Line 3 in reference to the terminal payment? Because the terminal is separate from the refinery. So the refinery is in bankruptcy, not the terminal. So what's the issue with the terminal payment?
Initially, Senator, the terminal had indicated that they were unable to make the quarterly payment because of the fact that their largest customer, which is the refinery, had filed for bankruptcy. However, we've had discussions with them, and my understanding is that they have notified the governor's office that they will make the terminal payment for June 30th. That was due June 30th.
Okay, and again, there's not there's not a choice as to whether or not they make the terminal payment. It is two separate entities. It is two separate contracts, two separate agreement ratified by this body. And that is why I'm saying that it is so important for us to have the inside information as to our rum industry or oil industry, because what percentage of the refinery was actually utilizing the terminal? It's not 50%, because they had clients before the refinery that had long-term contracts. So what percent of the terminal was being utilized by the refinery?
I don't know what percentage, but we agreed certainly that the terminal operation is different and separate from the refinery.
Right.
And we, as I said, we made them aware that we expect that that payment will be made, and they indicated that they will be making the payment.
Okay, now I'm not holding you, but do we have somebody that works with this government of the Virgin Islands that is responsible for those terminal payment, refinery payment, Diageo payment? Do we have somebody assigned to that task?
We have someone that's assigned to overall monitor the compliance with the agreements for both the refinery and the distilleries. However, we do not have regulatory oversight. I mean, the regulatory entities, whether that's DPNR or labor or whatever, but in terms of the monitoring, we try to do that, and when there's non-compliance, we bring that to their attention.
Whoever is in that particular position should be digging to get this type of information. They should know how much of the storage capacity was being utilized by the refinery, how much private contractors. We got to dig a little deeper into all the agreements that we have and start with this. We trust you. We believe your numbers. We recently had the opportunity to see the bulk rum operation in South Florida, where the bulk rum comes into Tropical in Palm Beach, and they could tell you in detail exactly what landed. And the question was asked as to whether or not there's an access information from Tropical as to exactly what land at that particular port, so we can make sure that our numbers are right. And I'm not sure if up to now we receive an answer. But they have a wonderful bulk rum facility specifically built for the Virgin Islands, for millions of gallons of proof rum being transported to South Florida and then going on trucks and trains all across the U.S. And I just want to know if we know exactly what is going on and what those numbers are. Because we either give people jobs and then they don't have specific responsibility. But they're making $80,000, $90,000 and they ain't got no specific responsibility that they could break out a report and assist good Mr. Simmons to be able to accomplish the task. Senator Carrion, are you on yet? If not, I've got to go. Yes, you're there. Let's see if it works.
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good.
Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to all my colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. First of all, I guess I would like to start by thanking my colleagues and the members of the community who have reached out with their prayers and well wishes. As you all know, unfortunately, I tested positive to COVID-19, but thankfully I'm fully vaccinated and the symptoms have been minimum to none. So I appreciate your thoughts and well wishes as we end this phase, and stress the importance of following CDC guidelines, and those that choose to be vaccinated, how helpful it is to endure this process. So thanks to my colleagues and everyone in the community for their thoughts and prayers. Good morning once again to the testifier. Good morning to Director O'Neill. Yeah, let's start with you. I know you mentioned, and some of my colleagues were questioning in regards to the offset of revenue loss. Can you just elaborate and tell us how much of the CARES or the American Rescue Plan Act funds were used to offset revenue loss.
Are you, Senator, are you speaking about fiscal year 21 or 22?
2021.
So for fiscal year 21, we have not used any yet. We do, depending on how September ends, we may have to, but at this point, we have not used any COVID funding for revenue losses to offset. And for 22, we're projecting to use about $30 million from revenue loss calculations to offset.
Oh, so the $30 million is for FY22.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. And in your testimony, you also mentioned a net negative difference of $8 million, and accounting for basically a 2% decrease in overall revenue projection. Can you just elaborate a little bit more as to what the cause of this overall revenue projection loss?
So the difference in the revenue projections, of course, comes in with the reduction in gross receipts, reduction in individual income. Most categories are a little bit lower, with the exception of excise taxes. That would be higher because, again, we just started to collect excise taxes earlier this year, so we do expect it to be higher than in prior years.
Okay, thank you for elaborating a little bit on that. And so to offset, we also spoke about the loss in revenues from Lime Tree. And can Director Adrian Williams-Octland speak a little bit more about FY22 and the $606 million project, and how would that assist and benefit in generating revenues for its territory?
Sure, thanks, Senator Carrion. What we've listed out 221 projects that we expect to either be in construction or completed during fiscal year 2021. That includes a number of parks and recreation. We believe that most of the parks will be in construction. They're either out to bid, namely particular projects, so like the Vincent Mason Pool, Creamer's Park, Emil Griffith Ballpark. Those are some of the notable ones. We also expect a number of road projects to get started as well that are currently out to bid. We also a number of public buildings, government buildings that are completing a design that will be impacting our GRT for the next year. So those are keeping those projects moving are the ones that we're focused on and providing contributions to economic revenues.
And what does this translate to, Director, related to jobs? Like how many jobs we're talking about for the territory?
Well, that's something that a specific number. Again, we have not completed any calculations on, but we know that there are a number of companies here, large construction companies that are number one, picking up some of the employees that have been laid off from Hovensa. Even in that situation has provided some opportunities for the private sector as well as even the government sector to be able to move our projects. So from our side, there's some technical expertise that we've been able to pick up to help us to get these projects out to bid, that thereby again bringing these projects online fast.
And you're projecting in gross receipt of what amount?
Over $30 million in fiscal year 2022 to date. So as more projects, those are the projects that are actually in progress right now. We anticipate that some of the projects will come online that can increase those projections.
Thank you for that. Director O'Neill, regards to the supplemental budget, are there funds in there separated for salary increases for departments and agencies?
2 minutes
For salary increases in the supplemental, no, there are no salary increases in the supplemental.
Okay. Director Lee, how are you, sir?
Hi, how are you, Senator? I'm good.
Doing good, doing good. Now, I remember in previous hearings, there were some discussions about salary increases for your staff and your employees that, of course, have a major responsibility of collecting revenue for the territory, but nevertheless, sometimes your salary is not up to par to some of the other departments and agencies, or even in the private sector. So there were some discussions about some increases for your employees, and you were going to submit that information in. Has that been submitted? What's the status on that?
This is Director Lee, Bureau of Internal Revenue. Yes, Senator, we were able to look at the market needs for new hires, and we did make an adjustment that we.
Okay, Mr. Lee,
were able to.
You're coming. You're coming in and out. So please repeat.
Okay. No, I was just agreeing with the senator. We were able to take a look at the market demands for people that we need in our skill set. As such, we were able to make salary increases with the hopes of being able to ramp up our staff.
Okay. Do you have a number figure then what that would be? And you're submitting that, that won't be part of the supplemental budget now. Right?
I think for the salaries, it was, the salaries, I think total about, across the board to about a little over $4 million. Close to actually not a little, close to $5 million is what we had projected.
And you submitted that to the chair of the finance committee?
No, I guess how the protocol works, we submitted it to ideally be added to our supplemental, to our budget that we initially proposed. So we were able to do that.
So we would be seeing that as in a supplemental budget for an FY22. I don't know.
It's for FY22. These adjustments are to take effect in FY22.
FY22. All right, Mr. Chair, thank you. I guess just the last question I had, following the line of questioning, if I may, to Director Mills from Lieutenant Governor's office. You know, we like you all mentioned in the previous hearings, we've heard Director Mills speak about increasing capacity to be able to improve on collections, and we have approximately 100 million in delinquency tax. I still would like to hear what's aggressive plan to be able to collect and do good on all the taxes that are outstanding. So if you could share that on your time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time.
Not a problem. You may proceed with the answer, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Senator. Brent Latham, tax collector. We currently have different initiatives in place to assist customers. First, we provide counseling to help the customers to know of the offers that we have from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. We've sent out brochures telling the customers of some of these offers. We offer installment payment plan to assist customers with delinquencies. We offer them within the confines of the law up to 3 years to allow them to repay on the delinquencies. We call customers based on if they identify as low-hanging fruit. They have had delinquencies for multiple years, or they have large amounts owed to the government. We individually chase these customers and try to arrange for payment or see what we can do to move that along. In addition to that, we have the delinquency publications that's about to be sent out, which I mentioned. And when customers come in, we have the ability to consider if they have had extenuating circumstances and apply interest and penalty waivers to those that have had situations beyond their control that they can document for our audit trails. So we have a number of things that we do for customers to assist them with satisfying the arrears with the government.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Latham, did this body have passed legislation waiving penalty and interest on property tax multiple times? I think what we're trying to find out is how we are aggressively going to go after the $100 million that it is still on the street, you know, and counseling, I don't know if counseling works. They got to pay, and they need notification that they owe, and that they have to begin to make payment, or the government can't have an entity that has not paid tax for 15, 20 years and it's just still sitting there and there's no notification or anything. Commissioner Bruce, the last time you were here, I'm trying to remember if it was your department, we had some negative fund balance, internal revenue matching fund, and a number of other areas that the negative fund balance were really in the millions. Have you had a chance to reconcile those particular accounts, and can you put on the record as to what are the fund balances for those accounts?
Good morning again. We are currently reconciling them. We have discussed with Ernst & Young to get some support from them in doing that. So we are attacking the ones with the larger negative balances, or where we see there were more complex transactions, and we're working on them. So we'll get those back to you as soon as we've wrapped those up.
Were those fund balances wrong?
I don't know yet.
I know for sure they were. The internal revenue matching fund balance are wrong. They didn't include the transfer in. There's no way that we can have a negative, I think it was what, 30-something million for the internal revenue matching fund, when that is we know exactly what comes out of that particular fund. So there's no way that particular fund balance could have been right. When do you expect to have this information?
I'm not sure yet. We just started working on them.
Okay, because that impacts us. Because then how are we going to deal with our next receipt of monies in the internal revenue matching fund? I mean, exactly how are we going to deal with that? But I think that you could do a cursory review, and you could look at whether or not there were transfer ins or not, and we could come up with a rough figure as to exactly what is the balance in those accounts, because we do transfer money from the internal revenue matching fund to the general fund. So it's important that we have some type of balance. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Good morning to the government's financial team. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to those listening and viewing. So as I review the forecasts of the anticipated revenues, I am a bit concerned. I'm a bit concerned because we were living without the excise taxes for quite a few years now, and I see that we've included the excise taxes in our FY22 projections, but we're still needing an additional $30 million from the rescue plan funds. Now, truth be told, the chair, myself, and a few of my other colleagues, since the 33rd, we have submitted legislation to utilize, once the excise taxes were returned, to utilize the excise taxes, a portion of the excise taxes, to support the government employees retirement system, whether it be through a bond refunding, issuance of pension bonds, etc. So I'm a bit concerned to see that number in here, and then we're still utilizing the ARP funding. But I'm not going to belabor that issue. I want to ask the tax collector office. So in the, and I'm not sure if you have these numbers in front of you, but there is some $58 million that's projected for FY 2022. And my primary concern is, I think you said that to date you've collected 47 million?
41.7 million.
41 million, right? 42 million. And the projection is for the FY 21 is 53 million. So you're about what? 10 to 12 million dollars off. So
Yes,
how do we get to an additional $5 million in FY 2022? How are you going to get to that number?
Thank you, Senator. Brent Laird, I'm tax collector. The revenues for property taxes come in on a cyclical basis. And as such, as we arrive towards the end of the fiscal year, that's when more payments are typically made. So because of that, we are still optimistically cautious about arriving at the 53 for
I'm talking about the 58. I'm specific to the 58.
The 58 million for fiscal year 2022 represents our increased focus on delinquencies. So it increases that delinquency forecast by an additional 5 million above fiscal year 21.
Okay, so I think I've heard several of my colleagues ask, how do you plan to truly ramp that up? And perhaps you do have a plan, but you haven't really sold to us today that you would be able to truly collect the additional $5 million. So as far as how you've explained it and what you're doing, didn't necessarily seem like anything that was aggressive. It perhaps is, but I didn't gather that from your response. So I'm looking forward to see what the final numbers are in 21, because that's going to help us to make some true determinations as what we will truly see in 22. Because I don't see you making the 21 numbers. But I'm going to move on. So let's talk about the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. So Director O'Neill, in FY 21, our appropriations was some 43 million, about.
Yes.
And I see that your current projections is 33 to date. What is your projection out to September 30th?
So, Senator, we reduced, well, on the sheet, it is reduced to 33 because we have the 10 million in the supplemental that I'm asking to have reprogrammed, basically, or reappropriated from going to the general fund to pay in GRS so that they can get, because that was not.
That's two different pots of money. That's two different.
From the matching fund?
Yeah, the 45 million. So let me be clear. The 45 million was to backfill the FY 21 budget.
Yes.
Right? But the 10 million is a separate amount.
Correct. So the 10
so
million.
It's 45 plus 10. It's not 45 inclusive.
It's inclusive.
It's inclusive?
Yes. What happened in this fiscal year, there was no, when the appropriations were done from the matching fund, there was no allocation for the usual 10 that would go to GERS.
Well, that's, the jury is still out on that. I definitely disagree with your perspective on that, because when we pass the legislation, it says that we will appropriate X dollars on an annual basis. So
Right.
I don't know that we have to appropriate that every single year.
No, I agree with you.
Okay.
So we're not disputing that part. We're just
Okay.
talking about the available cash that was left after the debt service.
I understand.
What's left was only the 43. So I would have to lower, in order for us to make that 10, which by law we have to do, I have to lower the cash transfer to the general fund because there's no other cash in the matching fund that's available to transfer the GRS. That's
I have
why.
to chew it up, but let me move on. So you're asking, and I said 43, but it's actually 45, but it's actually 43.
It's 43.
So you're asking for an additional 3 million for FY 2022 to backfill the
So no,
budget.
the transfers, based on the projections we have received from PFA, the what is projected to come, which this is now after the 10 million would be 45. So there's an increase for 22. But for
million.
21, we didn't have that.
Yeah, but you don't have to but you're asking to backfill it.
2 years, 2 different years.
Correct.
21, we have to. In 22, we don't.
I am seeing a $45.7 million projection.
In 22.
Yes.
That's correct. That's
Right.
correct. That is available for transfer in 22, not 21.
Right, I'm using the wrong years.
all right.
You and I are saying the same thing, but I want to know why we are increasing that amount. That's the question.
Those numbers come from PFA. That's the amount that is shown after the transfers.
No. We, the legislature, as we work on our budget, we determine what amount will be used to backfill the current year's, the proposed budget rather.
Correct. We're not
Okay, so
disputing
that's
that.
your projection.
That's just yes.
That's what I was asking. So with based on what you have with the return of the excise taxes, you're asking to backfill an additional 3 million, and then you're backfilling another 30 million. How did we get here? Because we lived without the excise taxes for how many years?
2.
So stay right there, stay with me. So when the budget came down for this fiscal year, FY22, you asked for, I think there was 1,200 vacant positions on or about.
Correct.
Right? You noted in your testimony that there is some 50% reduction of that. So that's inclusive of personal and fringe,
Yes.
associated fringe benefits, right?
Yes.
So what if this was a perfect world and we were able to fill all of those positions, or even half, 60%? Let's just say 60% of those positions. How will we be able to sustain that for the future?
If we were able to fill even 60%, we can sustain with the projects that are ongoing. There's a number of things that will change in the next couple of years. Once we settle down from COVID, businesses will get back to reopening. You'll have more jobs. You'd have more economic activity happening, which would bring monies in. Remember, we are still in COVID, so there's a lot of businesses that have closed. If you remember from the revenue estimating conference, the commissioner of DLCA spoke to the number of licenses that's there now, and so many. It's a significant drop off in new businesses as well as existing. So there is some cost to that where we've had to change our projections, but I do believe, and all of us believe, that those things will change as we get out or get further away from the COVID variants that we are experiencing now, and start to get back on our feet.
Okay, so let's talk about Lime Tree Loss.
Time.
So, did you actually, because you gave percentages around the proposed Lime Tree Loss, but did you actually look at the impact of gross receipt, income taxes, and all other associated taxes around that, outside of the concession fee?
Yes, Senator.
So could you share that with us, because we don't have those specific numbers?
So I will have the team forward you the actual projections relative to that. But these numbers, the 11%, it's across all categories. It's not specific to just the Lime Tree.
Understood, but we should do. The issue is we should be able to pull out that data. We should be able to get the Internal Revenue,
Yes.
Mr. Lee.
And his team has been working on that.
Yeah, that should not be difficult. And I'm going to wrap up because my time has been called, although I have so many other questions. Let me just ask very quickly about the single payer account. The single payer account is important to me. It's important to me because I know that in FY 2020, our current fiscal year, we did not budget the utilities under the respective departments and agencies. This year, we're seeing that you've changed course on how you want that to look, which makes sense. But it's important for us to know how much the single payer account has in it and what are you projecting as left over. The balance come the end of FY 2021, and I hope that account is in fact reconciled.
Commissioner Bruce?
It's the first account that we are working on.
That don't help us with our budget. We got to know, and I'm gonna tell you why we have to know, Mr. Chair. We have to know because this year, what has happened is each department and agency has a specific amount associated with their utilities. Last year, we didn't have that. So there was a lump sum associated with single payer. We now need to know what's left in that account so we could determine whether or not the amount that we are looking to
Projected.
appropriate is sufficient, or our hope is that we don't over appropriate, because clearly what's in front of us is a challenge. We've been hearing surplus. Now we're hearing challenge. So we need to balance this. And Mr. Chair indicated that we'll have another round, so I am
Yes.
going to wrap this up. So I need to get, do you have a preliminary number?
I don't.
Wow.
I don't. We don't.
So you're saying that, so who in the Department of Finance is responsible for the single payer account?
For reconciling it, no one had been.
We'll have an next round, Senator. You'll be able to drill down.
Thank you.
So we don't have no balance for any other accounts?
We have the balances that are
So,
there.
so what is the balance
There
that's on the
wasn't-
book? What's the balance on the book?
I'll get you the balance. I'll get you the current balance. I was reluctant to give those balances because we're working on reconciling them.
No, well, those balances were in the newspaper, not the single payer, but the internal revenue, et cetera. And they ran a number of articles wanting to know about that negative amount. So we need to know partially what is there. I'm coming to you, Senator Sorrow. When the bill number 34-0077, which is now Act 8348, to restore the 8% was signed, in the governor's message, he said, I note to the legislature that this bill is an initial effort and needs completion by amendments to provide inclusion of all employees included in the salary reduction. Personnel, who are those employees that were left out?
You're talking about the agencies such as Wang Louis Hospital, Schneider Regional, and UVI?
We included amendment, Wang Louis, amendment, Snyder, amendment, Waste Management, amendment, WTJX, amendment, lottery. So who's missing? The governor's veto message said that we have not included all entities. I only know one entity that's not in there, and that's EDA. We already have the amendment drafted for that to include. But this is what was sent out to the public, that the bill does not include, it need completion by amendments to provide inclusion of all employees included in the salary reduction. And the legislature did not come up with a random number. We requested those numbers from personnel. And personnel submitted to this body the exact amount for employees that work for central government. And then had my staff reach out to Wang Louis, Snyder, Waste Management, and UVI, and they sent a spreadsheet to include employees' name as to the exact amount that was owed. I called Miss Clendenin then, no, I called Miss Hassel, matter of fact, because they had included some other areas that were not under the 8%, and we went with the same mechanism that is going to be utilized for the employees for central government. And then you have a message that says that we did not fund all the employees, but we did. WTJX, Senator Fred Gregory, offered an amendment that included WTJX. But then you put out a notice that making it look like the Senate passed some incomplete bill.
So, Senator,
Yes.
Director O'Neill.
Director.
Acting Director Hassel has indicated to us that the DOP team is working on a reconciliation and that they were not 100% certain that all who had gotten a cut were included. So we are waiting on that. So Acting Director Hassel can speak to that aspect of it, but that was what we got from Division of Personnel, that all were not, or they couldn't verify everyone at the time.
Personnel?
Okay. Okay, thank you for that, Senator and Director O'Neill. What the Division of Personnel is doing is actually scrubbing the numbers. There were some people, such as some senators, who may have started in 2011 and ended in, say, 2013. They were not included in the cut because they were not there for the duration of the 2 years. However, we have found them and we have updated them and put their correct numbers into the system. You have some senators who might have, some individuals.
Hold up a minute. How is the 8% conversation coming to senators when we're talking about central government? There's a specific portion that has been submitted for legislative employees, and those numbers were scrubbed by the legislature. We dealt with that separately, separate and apart. So we're talking about central government and the semi-autonomous entities. Was the information provided to this body as requested from personnel? Was that information wrong?
No, that information was not wrong, senators, and those people should be in the numbers. But what I was giving you an example of some people who may have started but didn't complete the whole entire 2-year process. Those are the people that kind of fell off that we're scrubbing, and we're finding those numbers. And as a matter of fact, the Division of Personnel is scrubbing all numbers. The senators were used because they're also in our numbers.
I don't know how the senators were used because it's two separate, the way that the bill is constructed, it separates central government, legislature. There's not judicial because they didn't take the cut. UVI, Wang Louis, Waste Management Authority, Snyder Hospital, and WTJX. It separates each group, and we have the spreadsheet for each group, and it didn't say, the bill didn't say 8% for who were working 2 years. It said 8% for whoever was affected during that time period. But what I wanted to put on the record, you can't send out a message saying that we didn't include all employees when this body got the information from central government, from personnel. So don't send out a message trying to say that the legislature did not do what they're supposed to do. We were provided with information from personnel and the semi-autonomous entities. So stop playing games with these messages and make it sound like this body isn't doing what they're supposed to do. That's games. We're going to take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Director O'Neill, I'm looking at the sheet with the projections, where it's saying for FY21 current projections, 201,602.
Yes.
I'm also seeing 73,292,000 from the American Rescue Plan.
It's a combination of American Rescue Plan and other revenues. I will get you the complete list. I don't have it with me, but I'll get you the complete listing. But a portion is the American Rescue Plan. Yes.
So
30.
it
will be the same 30 if we do have to use it.
Okay, so we're utilizing about $30 million. The 914 include about 30 million from the American Rescue Plan.
Yes.
And also include, you're going to provide me with a breakdown of the other revenue?
Yes, I will.
Okay,
914,201.
The 915 is FY22, but FY21 is 914, and that also includes some of that. That's why we got to be careful with messaging of surplus. You know, we balancing, we're utilizing the funds that have been provided to this government in order to make sure that government runs, but it's not a surplus that we collected all of these additional monies. It is that we are offsetting this year budget with some of the monies from the American Rescue Plan and some other funds that will be detailed to us by the director.
Correct. And remember too that there will be continuous adjustments. Director Simmons just indicated, Lime Tree will go ahead and make the payment. So that 7 that we have
is going to go to 11.
It's going to go up. So there will be some continuous adjustments that will be made on this. And I know you have markup this week?
Yes.
Next week?
This week.
This week. So we'll run through so that I can give you every single thing that we have. Okay?
We'll make sure that you're available along with your staff as usual,
Yes.
so that we can have an open communication, finance, internal revenue, and all other commissioners, because during the markup, we do call individual commissioners to get information and to include areas that we think are of utmost importance. Today is the last day for property tax?
Yes, Senator. Today is the last day before the 2021 bills become delinquent.
So today is the last day. Do you have extended hours?
No, Senator, we don't.
How come?
Well, as a standard, we
As a standard.
we advertise when the upcoming delinquency date is, and so we see an uptick in visitors during this time.
Advertise how in the newspaper? You have the Avis here. What I see something in here stating that today is the last day, or the newspaper yesterday, or the day before?
Well, it goes out first with the bills, which states the due date and the delinquency date.
Okay, I got the bill 2 months ago. I put it on my desk. I forget it's there. Do we utilize the newspaper or the radio to say that today is the last day for payment? We have extended hours. When it's time to pay your individual income tax, internal revenue make all type of provision. They open longer hours. They have individuals there to assist with you with paying taxes. Why are we not making any special provision to make sure that individuals come in to pay the tax? We're extending hours. We're going to be open until 7 for those that are working. This is the last day.
We have not done that this year, Senator. We'll look into doing that as we have more personnel moving into the next fiscal year.
That don't really take personnel, no. It just take a plan as to how we gonna move out from the norm. The reconciliations, so Commissioner, you met nothing reconciled for the last 3 years?
That's correct.
So, what's the estimated period of time you think you're going to take to get this together?
I have a meeting tomorrow, and I'm sure the first one should be reconciled, hopefully within a week. I'm afraid to make promises, but I'm thinking as long as we have access to all the information and everything is there, we may What we're hoping is that if we look into a complicated account, it may unlock what is going on with some other accounts, so where something may be posted incorrectly, or we may find that they have been posted correctly, and we do have the accurate balances.
Okay, and so after this, it's going to be what? A new protocol in place for reconciliation?
Yes, yes. These should be reconciled monthly. Some with smaller balances, they just should be reconciled. They can be reconciled weekly, but I'm gonna go back to quarterly and then to monthly. But we'll get them all up to date, and then we'll be clean to move forward.
Mr. Simmons, last before point that Senator Sarro, there were some $10 million outstanding from the transfer of the homes back to Lime Tree with that original $30 million agreement. Have we received that $10 million outstanding? Or are they paying it in installments?
There is a mortgage for the $10 million, and we received the first payment that was due June 30th.
Okay.
They paid biannually.
Okay, and how much are they paying per year? Oh, in each biannual payment?
The annual payments would be about $2.3 million.
Okay, so that's about 4 years, 5 years, 4.5 years to pay off the 10?
Yeah, I have to look for the schedule, but yeah, I mean, just see if I pull up the schedule.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Who's the custodian of the COVID funds? You, Director?
Yes.
Okay.
For the ARPA, yes, and CARES.
Say it again.
Yes. Most of the funding, yes, OMB.
Say the specific categories.
So most, well, the American Rescue Plan, OMB, and the CARES Act, the funding that was received directly from Treasury, the $74 million, OMB is responsible for that as well.
Okay, and the $200 million for education, COVID?
That's under education and being run through the third party, as well as the ESF, the Governor's Educational Funds. That's also, we're monitoring OMB, but it also runs through the third party system because it's U.S. Department of Education dollars.
You're seeing any movement of that $200 million?
I will follow up, and I think they have started to spend, but I will look at the reports that I get from the third party every month to see.
Okay.
But they also give me updates on a monthly basis, so I'll check with them.
Okay, so see if you could pull that up. Senator Sarro, point of inquiry, then Senator Vlining.
Yes,
and then we got that wrong.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I didn't get my answer from Director Actilin. I didn't get my response from Director Lee.
That's
Thank you, I appreciate that. I do have your, Senator, the obligations for COVID was 1.3 billion, 1,376,394.
Say that one more time again. 1.1 billion.
Sorry, 1.3 billion. Yeah, 1,376,394,132. Of that amount, $522,223,271 has been expended, and $4,823 is remaining.
This is COVID?
COVID, yes.
That's COVID, yes.
Okay, and then Director Lee?
Good day, Senator. This is Director Lee from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. The current count of errors for gross receipt taxes are 2,837.
Corporate income?
For corporate is 3,507.
Uh-huh.
And for individual, 23,422. And these numbers go back to year 2000.
Okay, so your income tax, your corporate and your individual income tax went down by half, but your gross receipt still remains, is actually a bit more than last year based on the numbers I have.
Okay. We've been making some good progress thanks to the funding that you guys have provided.
So, and the other part of the question I asked you was, what does that translate to? What does the 2,342 in income tax, the 3,504 in corporate income tax, and the 2,837 in gross receipt, what does that amount in error total is government that we're at a loss at?
Oh, well, it's not necessarily a loss. Some of these are monies that people owe us. Oh, I mean, we owe them in refunds. So I don't have a total dollar amount of these numbers do not represent monies that are completely outstanding to us. Some of them represent monies that we owe the taxpayer.
So Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, you still need to be able to quantify, maybe in two categories or comparative analysis or whatever you want to call it, of this error number, how much we owe to the taxpayer and how much the taxpayer would owe to the body. That should be quantified, right or wrong?
Yes, we can do that. Once again, I just ran to get a count of the errors because it is a process to get quickly.
And Mr. Chair, the last point on this same topic is that it can be a loss because you have a statute of limitations, and these very same errors, I think it's 7 years?
3.
Okay, thank you. I know we get back. Before we go to Senator Blyden, this earned income child credit.
There's two different
Child
things.
tax.
There's a child tax credit and there's the earned income credit. So there's two separate things.
Okay. So, what's going to be the impact of this tax credit, Director Lee? Upon filing, that person that is now receiving that tax credit, when they file, when they file next year, what is going to be the impact? Is it going to be that they're going to receive less because they're receiving it upfront, or is it going to be the same?
It is going to be less because what we are paying now is an advance.
So So that is a positive for the government of the Virgin Islands because they're receiving the offset in advance, and we don't have to pay that back at tax filing, so the amount of outstanding taxes owed is going to decrease, correct?
Correct.
So have we done the analysis? How many individuals are eligible for that child tax credit?
For right now, it's about 8,000 children.
8,000 children. How many
8,000
households?
plus.
How many households?
Let me
Commissioner
say,
Bruce, look like you have some answers. Tell me.
it's units. We consider in units. So but 8,000 units, and obviously those units do include multiple children. So probably maybe around 9,000 or 10,000 children, but 8,000 units.
So not
at this point.
So not 8,000 children, 8,000 unit.
Correct.
And a unit could have 4, 3, 5, 6 children.
Yes.
So then we're talking not 10,000. We're talking probably 14, 15,000. What is the financial impact in terms of savings to the GPI?
It's going to be about, I said about 40 million.
So
total.
Then,
including the advance.
Okay, I'm asking this because this is going to help us with our calculation for what we're putting in for tax refund. Mr. Director O'Neill.
Yes and no. It would help if we were caught up.
No. Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
But what I
if
mean,
if we were current, definitely there would be an offset. Because we're not, that's where we still need to pay.
no, we do, but it's going to help us to catch up.
Exactly.
Because the amount outstanding for this, which will be next fiscal year, is going to be different to the average amount that was owed for the past fiscal year. So if we used to owe 70 million in individual income tax for a tax year, there's a possibility that now it could be reduced to 55 million. So if we fund like 75 million, we know that 20 million will be going for past tax, and then so it would help us to catch up. What I'm saying, that this is a financial boon for the treasury when we calculate it. And people need to know too that, yeah, you're getting the money up front, but it's definitely going to impact you come April.
Absolutely.
So come April, don't be shocked when you file your taxes and you're not getting the regular 9 or 10,000 that you used to get because you've already received up front.
Or you might actually owe this time.
Or you might owe.
Yes.
Because it changes you from one category to the next, correct?
Well, if people rely on that to offset their bill, so if they're going to get it up front, that's why some of them are choosing to opt out and not get this advance.
And I think at some point, I'm going to go on, but at some point I think people need to understand, because people are getting it up front, but I don't think people really understand the overall impact when they file, et cetera, and they need to get it. Before I go to you, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the statement that was made and the question was asked in reference to reconciling the accounts when it comes to the Department of Finance. And I know the last Commissioner Carwood, that's always my question in terms of reconciling the accounts. He always said yes, to include the interim. So my question, to clarification again, when it comes to the Department of Finance and reconciling the accounts, are we speaking specifically to the single pay account or all other accounts?
Fund balances. So bank reconciliations are done.
Correct.
Those are done daily.
Okay.
So we know our cash position.
Correct.
But as far as the ins and outs of the specific funds, there are no reconciliations. We have the transactions in there. So as we are made aware of transactions, we put them there. Or if we think that something should have been done, so there should have been a transfer from OMB, we go in and look for it. And sometimes, in some cases, it could be some days, some months old, and we put everything in. So at the point that we start to get closer to the audit, when the auditors are looking at them, they may see discrepancies and we chew them up then. But on a daily basis, on a weekly, a monthly, a quarterly basis, the fund balances have not been reconciled.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Very quickly,
That's it.
going back to the conversation that the chair was having earlier about the child tax credit, and the fact that it should give us it should benefit our bottom line at the end of the day. But what I need to understand is what years remain outstanding for the refunds. I see the OMB director smiling. She knew I was going to ask the question. What years remain outstanding? Because that helps us to balance exactly what the chair was trying to allude to. But we need, in order to make sure that is an earnest answer, if you will, or a earnest analysis. What do you call it? A plausible analysis. That's the terminology. In order to determine whether or not that's a plausible analysis, we need to first determine how many years remain outstanding and what those years are projected at. And then that'll help us to determine whether or not the 75 million that is proposed for the FY 2022 budget is in fact something that a number that we should go with. So we need to see that plausible analysis to make that determination. So I'm not sure, Mr. Lee, the Commissioner of Finance, I'm not sure who should answer that question. I think it's Joel Lee.
Director Lee. Yes, Director Lee.
Yeah, I can give you the specific numbers in probably a few minutes, but just so you know, we are releasing $10 million of refunds this week, and it will include the early filers of 2019. Now, I will say, you know, obviously we have returns going backwards that are in error, that are in audit. So obviously those are not, you know, qualified for a refund. But for all of the ones that are clear and good to go, we're going to start paying off, you know, fortunately 2019 with this this week's run. Not all, because we're going to
So let me ask you.
2019 go backward.
So absent of those that are in error and the concern that my millennial colleagues have with those that's been sitting for years upon years, how up to date are we? Are we up to date absent of errors? That's the question. When I say up to date, are we at 2019 at minimum?
Yes, we will. This week's refund will start to include 2019 refund.
I want to be clear. I need to get clear answer. Those outer years that hasn't been paid are not paid due to errors and trying to resolve the issues.
Errors or audits.
Errors or
some
audits. So
issue.
for the most part,
Correct.
if you are not included in an error and audit, you should have received your outer years.
For the most part, yes.
So you are now looking at 2019. So to the point of
Yes.
Mr. Chair, and that's why the OMB director is smiling, we do have some scrubbing to do as it relates to the actual credit, or the benefit rather, that we will see in our bottom line number. So we have to get that clear information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And yeah, we're going to ask to a second round now, because the supplemental going to be not a long process. But everybody have a point before we go to the second round, so you know how that goes. But I just wanted to say that, and we need to have these conversations. There's a lot that goes into marking up and preparing the budget, because we want to be as close as possible to projected, to the revenues that the government of the Virgin Islands will collect in 2022. So we really have to go through all of the categories, because we need to know exactly how, what we're going to be projecting and how much we'll be able to give each department. And I know that a number of my colleagues have already said that we want to raise the balance in the insurance guarantee fund. You want to kick it back up a bit again. It's what, 30 million now?
It's currently at 30, yes, Senator.
Yeah, so we want to kick it back up maybe the next 5 or 10 million. We see what just happened in Louisiana, and we want to get back to that 50 million. So it's important for us to know what is in the balance in the insurance guarantee fund, because we're going to take that balance, and then we're going to take how much we project that we're going to collect in the year, and then we're going to subtract the 40 million that we want to leave in there, and then the rest we're going to transfer to the general fund. But if we don't know, then it's hard for us to decide, well, how much can we put into the general fund. I mean, one of the good things is that you have not drawn any money down from the insurance guarantee fund yet, correct?
48 million, no.
You have not transferred any to the general fund?
From the transportation.
From the insurance guarantee fund?
No.
That's a good thing.
Yes, that is a good thing.
So there is a possibility, if we don't need to transfer any, that we can bump that overall amount up automatically.
Well,
The cash flow is, does the cash flow necessitate you having to draw monies from the insurance guarantee fund?
So the cash flow does not take into account a lot of the other payments that we have. So that's what when I told you.
Okay, so you have a lot of other payments that you need to make.
Exactly. So, but, and that's part of when I mentioned the 73 and coming back to you with the listing, that's where we're scrubbing those now. So I will provide those to you. You should have them completed hopefully by tomorrow, so you can have them in time for the markup. And so you would know where we are with the cash versus the actual transfers that still have not yet been made, or maybe hopefully they won't need to be made. It's always it would be great if they don't need to be made, but we still account for them anyway.
Okay, and now those entities in the miscellaneous section, or those nonprofits that we usually have, we been taking care of those obligations, or do we have a lot of outstanding? Have they been making submission for the drawdowns?
We have a number of them that still have not, there's some that haven't requested their funding, but for the most part, most nonprofits have received all or most of their funding. I have the, I'll send you the.
Okay, so I know last year a number of them did not receive the full amount. So those that made the request and turned in the requisite documentation showing that they were good custodians of the government money, are they going to be able to get the 100% of what was in the budget?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go back to the discussion in respect to the single payer utility fund. And just again, as we continue to educate the public that this fund was actually created for the purpose of paying the water and electric bills for the government agencies into one consolidated account and be paid for by the Department of Finance. This was a measure that was moved by former Senator Positive Nelson in Bill 30-0017 that was passed on September 26 of 2013 and vetoed by the governor on October 15, 2013. However, had been overridden on the October 23rd of 2013 and became Act number 7562, consequential to the override by the Senate at that time. As part of the requirements, the Department of Finance is required to notify the legislature within 30 days of enactment of this law back some 8 years ago that whenever they do pay the electrical bills, that an accounting and a reporting should come to the Senate post the payment on a monthly basis. Obviously, they have not been fulfilled, and reconciliation have not been done as we have been advised today. But this is an important measure, and I just wanted to kind of give the history as I reviewed it on the legislative website in regards to the single payers utility fund for the benefit of the public and also for those of you and listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Are we current with the WAPA bills, Director, for the GVI?
Yes, Senator, to my knowledge, we are current with the WAPA bills. I actually was about to speak when you called me. So I wanted to answer your question relative to education and the funding. So from the third party fiduciary agent, they're indicating $12.6 million spent as of last Friday from those COVID funds for education.
That's for the last two tranche, or for not the first? The first.
Now I'll have to get further details exactly which tranche that is.
Okay.
But
The first tranche was like 19 million. I think they had spent like 14 or 15. And then we had a next tranche of 40 something million, and then a next tranche of like 140 million.
So let me find out which
Okay.
tranche that is.
So again, education, a lot of those monies are for air quality, etc. We're getting ready to resume in-person classes next week. Let's begin to utilize those monies to make sure that we're able to have in-person class. Senators, let's do 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, 3 minutes is good enough for me. Let me go to Director O'Neill, your testimony. You spoke to the $1 million for Crime Stoppers in the miscellaneous section of the budget. I don't have a problem with that, but at the same time, it bothers me in respect to always finding money for the end of the process and not preventative programs, and I will continue to speak in that respect because I believe some of that money needs to go toward preventative programs where it can assist in preventing a lot of the crime that we are seeing here in the territory. And If you look at the preventative program we have in the territory, it's minute, the amount of funding. Minute. So why are we focusing on the back end when it comes to crime and not the front end in terms of prevention? That's just my concern. That will all be my concern. There's a lot of, I just spoke to the non-for-profit organizations and their payments, etc. There's a lot of non-for-profit that do excellent, great work. When it comes to preventative program, we don't fund them. But yet we focus on all this money at the end, at the process. That don't make no sense to me. It really don't, and it frustrates me. So I want to change that number and put some of the money toward preventative programs.
So, Senator, I will say that we agree that there should be preventative programs. And if you remember, I think it was the 33rd legislature approved or passed the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. That is on its way to being fully established. And within the American Rescue Plan, there is a number of projects specifically for prevention and crime fighting initiatives that will be funded from the American Rescue Plan as part of President Biden's mandate. The governor is putting in the plan that will be submitted to the legislature shortly. That plan includes funding specifically for this crime fighting. So, we're going to utilize the federal dollars more so than the local dollars for that.
I'm very happy to hear that, and I appreciate that. But I still have to put my sentiments on the record. And finally, Mr. Chair, in closing, I must say when it comes to the VI lottery, when it came in front of us last week, I was pleased by what they are doing in that department. And I see the numbers went up from 178,960 to 117,563, and I believe that number is going to be even greater come 2022. So I look forward to other departments doing and pushing forward with the necessary changes, bringing on board the proper amount of employees to meet the capacity and assuring that all critical and vacant positions are filled in order for us to really bring in the revenues we need so badly need here in the territory. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden and Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. The $30 million you say came from the federal government. How come you went with the figure 30 million? What did we have to accomplish? Because then that became 17.9 million lower than your projection. How come you went with 30 million?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Senator.
Okay, you said the projected budget for 22 was 963 million. And you said presently the present today updated budget is 945. And the 30 million is in the 945. So it was really 914 or so where you collected. And you added 30 million.
915 we're projecting to collect.
915. So you added 30, that's a part of the 945?
That is correct.
Okay. But it's a net negative difference of 17,997, which is below your 963. From 45 to the 63 came to 17,9. How come you went with 30 million from the federal funds as opposed to any more, maybe to even make up the 17, or will you be doing more money to add to that 30 million to try project to get into the 963 if you don't get to that point?
No, we don't need to get to the 963. We submitted the revised budget matches is 945, 022, 947, and our projections is 945, 022, 952. So we do not need to take any more.
1 minute.
Okay. So then with the markup, based on where we are here now, the markup would take us way over 945. Based on how I see in the projections. I mean, no? It seems so. To 952, it just seemed that's why I was anticipating finding. And finally, in the budget book, federal funds received by OMB, 253,963,071. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. That is the grants, regular grants that the territory receives for the different departments.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Very good.
Okay, thank you, Senator DeGraff. The reduction from that 963, remember they're now funded, the first budget had the vacant positions funded at 100%.
Correct.
And now it came in at 50%. And that is why the valid question after that was, if those employees come on board, the next fiscal year, we're going to have them at 100%. So are we going to have sufficient funding for those positions at 100% moving forward, and keeping in mind that we are still in a pandemic and we don't know when we're going to be out of this particular pandemic, and we still don't know what is going to be the result of the bankruptcy proceeding for Lime Tree Refinery that is going to be started in October.
Correct. You are correct, Senator. But we do feel that we will be able to accommodate all of the employees if we were that lucky to get all 1,200 plus positions filled. We also recognize that it is very hard to find people to fill these positions. So we have the positions available, but in all honesty, I think if we get 50%, we will get a lot. And at 50%, we definitely can sustain. 60%, we can sustain. At 100%.
If we get 50% of the 1,200.
Of the 1,200.
Right.
Correct.
So that is why this body can reduce the numbers, and if we get X amount, then we can always do a supplemental, but we don't need to necessarily fund 1,200, we could fund 600, and if we are successful in getting that, then, and we look at the economic picture at that particular time, then we do a supplemental, and you're quite efficient at doing supplemental, yes, and with a mid-year review, etc. So we don't want on the front end to just put everything there, because the path moving forward is still unclear as to what is going to happen. We had a boom in tourism for a while. We now to the slow month. So this month is a bit slow for both islands. So we're hoping that come November and December that we'll have a robust overnight tourism market again. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director O'Neill, have any of the government agencies received any reduction for their budget allotment in FY21?
No, Senator.
Any of the branches of government receive any budget reduction?
No,
FY21?
Senator.
Very well. In regards to the miscellaneous, we haven't had much discussions about that, but I want to continue to be a strong advocate for us to make sure that we're funding our miscellaneous, because those are, again, 501c3 that continue to do the part of providing a level of service to this government that government can't pay for, and I think it's important that we continue to fund that. In regards to, yes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, just looking at cursory glance of what I have, I think most of them have been paid out. The spreadsheet that I have is not updated for the fourth quarter, but they were paid out fourth quarter. I've signed those, so I know that they did go. The spreadsheet will be updated today. But yeah, the bulk, it seems like the bulk of the individuals or the entities in the miscellaneous section have received all of their money.
It's unfair though. A lot of times, a lot of those individuals have to go through hoops in order to get their allotments, and of course we want to make sure that they have their paperwork in order. Despite, and I think it's a little bit unfair that government agencies, yes, Department of Finance, government agencies don't have some of their reconciliation and those things in order, but we expect our miscellaneous to be able to have it, and they all should have at the end of the day, so that we could have proper accounting. During this budget cycle, I thought that a lot of the agencies were very thought-provoking in their presentation, had a very good analysis of the numbers that were presented, and we just need to hold them accountable for those areas. We didn't talk a lot about the performance-based budgeting during the FY21 cycle, and I'd love for us to be able to at least see that happening in the FY22. You know how passionate I am about that, if we want to hold people accountable for those areas.
1 minute.
In terms of logistical and accountability, I know that you have budget analysts, and I know that you reformed your entire office for the purpose of making sure that there's accountability throughout. How are you holding those budget analysts and the agencies responsible on a monthly basis, quarterly basis, to make sure that the expenditures and timely documentations, that they're accountable for those things?
So, noted question. So with the budget analyst and the budget review unit, they I'm actually combining them. Before we had just budget analysts who would deal with the administration of the departments, and we had senior budget analysts that really were the ones putting the budgets together. What I've found is nobody talks to each other, and so the things are approved from the administration side, and then it's not followed through on the budget side. So now all of the analysts are in the process. We're going through this process with Division of Personnel to have everyone, because they are all qualified with master's degrees, to have all of them do the same thing. So now you'll be responsible for your agency from beginning to end. You'll create the budget, and then you'll administer their budget throughout the year. So you always know what is happening with your agencies. They will be going out to those agencies, working along with them, and mimicking more of what we see in other jurisdictions, where the analysts, that's what they do. They are responsible. If I'm responsible for Public Works, I know Public Works inside out. I'm going to work with them to create the budget. I'm work with them to bring people on board. I'm going to work with them to make sure they get their allotments every month. That's how you need to know your agency and know your agency's needs, so that you can help them to get what they want. So that's one of the changes that we're making now, and making people accountable as well. And then we've created the compliance unit within OMB that actually goes out to help the departments in areas where there is a need. Like they've been working with Department of Labor on workers' comp in particular, and also with the, I think it was the unemployment account, and helping them to put reconciliation procedures in place for those things. So they are going out, and the next project is the medical assistance program that they are working on. So we have 3 people that are there and are pushing with that, looking to hire some more compliance analysts, because that is a huge task in making sure all departments and agencies actually fulfill their mandates on a fiscal front and on performance as well, because there are a lot of these things, they have federal dollars, and with those federal dollars, you have federal guidelines that you have to abide by. So we're trying to lower our single audit findings and our financial audit findings by having these things in place and sending the teams out to work more along with the department. So number of things.
Very well. That was a mouthful. But I want to say that I too have given myself some tasking in terms of being able to oversee those areas of my responsibility, health, hospital, and human services, to be able to watch and monitor the numbers so that I could continue to navigate the budget process, so that we could be able to assist them in their endeavors as well.
You should join us for the board meetings.
Very well. Thank you. I'll do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Workers' comp, how much we owe? Is it still 43 million, or
loaded question again? Actually, no.
Because at one point we were trying to figure out, we were supposed to scrub the numbers last year. Okay.
And they are my team, as well as the team at Department of Labor, actually going through the numbers. With the $2 million that was appropriated, that we asked for to assist, they had to do a lot of scrubbing to get to that and to be able to pay out the $2 million. So both teams collectively worked together to get that out. They do have some additional invoices, etc. But Commissioner Malloy has put a number of things, or is putting a number of things in place. Like now, there's a company that will actually review to make sure that the bills, the invoices that are sent from the doctors, actually qualify for
so
the
we're
coverage.
going to solicit outside help
Yes,
to
so
assist.
I think he's already done that part. So now they have that assistance. It's not an employee. I think he said it's a contract that they have in place to assist them with reviewing those invoices. So they're on target to get to a point where everything will become more streamlined and efficient and electronic, because what we found is it's a very manual process, which made it very difficult for them to know what was actually owed and what isn't.
So tell me, because I have 2 more questions in this 3 minutes. So the 43 million, what is it now?
It's according to Commissioner Malloy, it's not 43 million. It might be around 12 million, but they are continuing to scrub the numbers.
Mr. Chair, they have an outside company assisting. Okay, and I just let you know, so you could. Board of Tax Review, how many appeals? Anybody?
Sorry, Senator, that would be a question for the tax assessor, Ms. Ira Mills.
He should be on.
While I'm waiting for the Board of Tax Review to talk to me about how many appeals, the last time it was 200 and something. I don't know what's the number to date.
1 minute.
And let's move to capital projects. I heard the amount for disaster recovery, but what's the amount of capital projects that we have now outside of disaster recovery? Because we kind of focus on disaster recovery, but we forget that we have regular stuff in government that need fixing.
So there is a lot of projects that's funded through PFA. Director Simmons can give you what that amount is that still remains to be spent. And then, of course, I think within the budget, we had maybe about 40-something million dollars, I think, in 21.
So that 40-something, what does that translate to in revenue?
Usually you do a calculation on the, and I should let Director Lee answer this, because typically we'll say, 5% on gross receipts, et cetera, et cetera. So
I just need to know what the numbers look like. Director Lee?
Good day, Senator. Could you repeat that question? My apologies.
I'm going to need to reclaim my time. Capital projects. In the budget, we have some 40-something million dollars for capital projects. PFA have projects as well. What do those numbers translate to in revenue for the territory?
Well, off the top, 5% is our gross receipt rate. But, depending on the subcontractors that are involved, there is a cutoff of, we give like a $9,000 monthly credit, depending on your total yearly level of income.
Mr. Lee,
so,
hold on. You're giving me the like the math teacher. You telling me how to solve the problem. I just need to know.
5%.
Equals
5%,
to is what?
5%.
Time.
5% of the 45 million that you're mentioning.
And what is that amount,
That's the
Director Lee? And then I need to go back to the Board of Tax Review. I mean, Director, I need to say a little. I come in peace today, you see my disposition,
That's
right?
okay.
Good.
I was going to say, actually, we're going to have the Commissioner Gabriel for the wrap-up, so you can actually ask him about what capital projects we have, and then we can give you some numbers after that for what we project or what we can expect from the capital projects.
And the Board of Tax Review, I think, I have a lot of questions based on the answers they gave me, but I only have time is called, but the Board of Tax Review as well. What do they have?
Okay, finish asking the question, so we will probably need the information this week. The Board of Tax Review what?
Yeah, I need to know what's, because if you have all these pending cases in the Board of Tax Review, then that affects the projection for
Correct.
tax.
I've made a note of this, Senator, to seek that answer for you.
No, I haven't.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bruce.
Good afternoon. We have 307 appeals open, but it's only across 11 appellants.
Okay. Oh, and what would that number translate to in property taxes?
Oh.
In revenue?
Oh, that I don't know. I can get that for you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Sorrow. I asked a question before, Mr. Laird. The individuals were allowed after the hurricane to claim damages and reduce their property tax.
That's correct, Senator.
Is that the same property tax bill that is going out, or have you had an opportunity to visit all of those properties that claim damages to determine whether or not the property has been repaired and they need to go back to the original level?
Thank you, Senator. But that question in relation to assessment would be best posed to the tax assessor.
This, okay, but looking at the property tax bill, you can't make the determination? I'm trying to find out, like, what type of internal discussion takes place? We know that a number of property owners came in and said, my property is damaged, they showed whatever, so the net value or worth of my property has decreased, hence my property tax need to be decreased. The government said, not a problem, your property is damaged, we're going to decrease your property tax. At what point have the Office of the Lieutenant Governor checked to see whether or not these properties have been repaired, enhanced, and therefore resume what is the amount that they should have paid from the beginning, that they usually pay?
Thank you, Senator. Again, it's best posed to the tax assessor. My understanding of it is those same properties that have received a reduction in their assessment, they are then brought to the fore when the permits come back from DPNR. They advise the tax assessor, they receive a list of those permits, and they would revise accordingly. That's my understanding of the
But there are individuals that have not gone for permit, they repaired their home themselves. They, week by week, you know, they repair their home. We got to go back. Overall, I'm just saying, we can't just continue to this routine. We're not worried about this, we're doing business this particular way. If we know that we gave a tax break because there were damages, then we give a 12 or 18-month period and we go back and check those properties to see whether or not the repair have been done. If it's done, we go back to what was the original bill that they used to receive because they no longer have a damaged property. So just a recommendation. Senator, carry on.
Oh, Senator Violet, I have the education question.
Yes, education.
So
go ahead.
It was from the first tranche of the 19.9 million. They have spent 12.6 million. From the second tranche, they have spent $36,000, but they have 3.7 million encumbered, and that's from that $53 million second tranche.
Okay, so the second tranche is 53,234,881. They spent 36,000, so they have 53,200 and like 198.
3.7 million encumbered to spend. Well,
encumbered. To spend. American Rescue Plan, the next $140 million. Okay, so these are monies that must be spent by a certain time period. They're not expecting you to spend it in 1 year, but if we only spend 13 million. We're a long way from $211 million, and that's why I was asking. We have asked for a plan moving forward as to how we're going to be able to spend these monies so that we can have better schools. Senator, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Lee, I have a few questions for you, sir. Regards to the stimulus checks for Social Security recipients, have all those funds been dispersed?
Yes, sir. I mean, there may be a few stragglers, a handful, but 98% of them have been paid out. You know, there have been issues identifying, we've been getting checks back because of bad addresses. So, you know, it's been a little bit of a challenge tracking some Social Security recipient down.
So if individuals are watching, where can they call to try to inquire?
They should come in. they should come in, because we very well could have it in our office waiting for, the next step.
Okay. And my colleague before was asking questions in regards to a tax return. Now, let me ask you, said there's a number of them that are in errors and some that are audited. I guess for 2017 and 18, that's the case?
Yes, and 19 and 20.
And 19. What's your average amount or percentage, I would say, with whatever figure you have, of audited returns?
That's really hard to say, because each case is very different. It's not like a lot of the audit issues are very unique. So, there is no broad estimate. I mean, if you wanted a general, I'd probably say maybe 30-40%, maybe, if that.
30 or 40%.
Yeah, but that's not a static number. If people are clean, then they're clean. It's but a lot of it is driven by errors and inconsistencies in the tax return.
Do you have a number or percentage for 2017?
No, I'd have to get that one. Inconsistencies.
And I would like the same for 2018, because when we provide information to the public that we're getting up to date to 2019, and we have approximately 30 to 40% of units or returns that are in the audit status, I don't think we're really, providing a realistic picture of where we are and dispersing these returns.
1 minute.
Those that have contacted my office that apparently they're audited every year for the same information about their dependent. And so it sometimes brings a question in the community if being audited is a strategy to withhold the payment of the returns, or in fact there are things that are necessary and that requires auditing process. So I would like to provide that information for each year to have a clear picture of where we are in our disbursement of return. And then in closing, if you provide that through the chair, I would really appreciate that for 17 and 18 and currently and 19 also. Lastly, with regards, Director O'Neill?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, for me, this as a freshman senator, has been the first time going through his budget process, and I think I'm the only freshman senator in the committee. It's been very interesting, and every department provide very insightful and comprehensive testimony about their budgets. One of the things that we saw continuously was maybe the lack of communication between the departments, agencies, and your office, according to some of their testimonies. So I want to ask you, Director, what lessons from this budget go-around have you learned, and what you would do differently in future budget arrangement?
Time.
Thank you for that, Senator Carrion. I actually learned quite a lot in this cycle of budget hearings. There are some things that I did know already, and others that I became aware of during the hearings. Certain things that I took for granted, I will say, that I thought were happening and really weren't happening. So it was an eye-opener for me, and I think even for the staff, those who are willing to admit, it was an eye-opener, and there are steps that we will take to correct that, and which is one of those things that I just spoke to Senator Francis about in ensuring that the analysts now are responsible for their agencies from beginning to end, and not feel that I'm only responsible for putting the budget together. So when I do that, then my job is done. Your job isn't done at that point. You're still responsible for your agencies, and you're still responsible for ensuring that you have communication, ongoing communication with them. So there again, it was interesting for me, enlightening, and definitely I have learned a lot of things that we will now take into account and move forward with, so that the next cycle will not I should say, will be a lot better than this one.
I'm glad to hear that, Director. I'm glad to hear that. Now, Mr. Chair, if I may, just in closing, Director, can you provide a number for individuals, maybe, where can they call? And this is to Director Lee, if they haven't received their 2018 and they might be in that error or being audited status, because a lot of people are questioning, what's up with their returns. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Director Lee. Can you provide that information?
Yes, I mean, okay, the number is 340-714-9325. But the reality is we've been inundated with calls, and I feel the best way to get your answer through or resolved is to come stop by our offices, which are very convenient in the territory. Red Hook and Niski and St. Thomas, and behind Sunny Isles and St. Croix.
Thank you. Senator Saru, you had a point?
Thank you.
Thank you. This goes to Director Lee again. There are thousands of stimulus checks that have been that returned unclaimed. You're aware of that, right? What's the plan to?
Of course, yes. There are tons.
Yeah. So what's the plan
because
to
people
get?
move.
So what's the plan to get people?
Well, we've been trying to find them in unusual means. The reality is, our stimulus is based on the 2019 returns, and people have since moved since then. So we've been trying slowly but surely, just waiting for people to call and trying to get them, resolved. But we do a little non-traditional. We try to find them on the internet and various non-traditional means, which is very time-consuming.
Mr. Lee, is it Mr. Lee, is it illegal to print a list of names?
Again?
Is it illegal to print a list of names in the paper? Yes. The following individuals, please contact the Internal Revenue.
Yes.
It is?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Senator, is it illegal for finance to do it?
It would be outside of our purview.
No, you issued a check and the check return. Is it illegal for you to print a list of names you're not putting the amount of the check, you're just saying the following individuals have an outstanding something, you could select the word, please call Department of Finance.
I would have to look into the legality of that.
Okay,
I don't know that. Do we have a
Director Lee?
Not for taxes.
So, can you ask Attorney Smiles if whether or not there's a way that you could go around where Department of Finance can print a list of names? I know somebody who recently was looking for a stimulus check.
Keep in mind, Senator, asking me that question in a public forum.
Okay, I just took the question back from you. Mr. Lee, can you make sure that your attorney don't answer any questions reference to outstanding checks? I'll put that on the record.
Thank you.
Senator, we have to be creative. I lost my story. Somebody was trying to find out whether or not where was a stimulus check. And they went into the office and the person checked and said, here's your check. They had the wrong address, $1,400. So they went in expecting it to be a process, and the check was returned with the wrong address, and they said, here. And they got the check for $1,400. And they didn't receive the $600, so maybe the $600 is also a wrong address because they're individuals that are filing the taxes, and they put in a property number as their address, and they never receive mail at that property. They have a post office box. If you ain't get your money, go check Internal Revenue. Commissioner Bruce is going to see what she could do. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $4.5 million that you hear that you have as a notable adjustment for FY22, if that number has already been tuned up, when are we going to get the documentation to support this? That usually would come down from the Office of the Governor.
Acting Director Hassel, do you have the insurance documents?
Okay, well, she answering now.
I'm sorry. Yes, it was sent up to the government house already.
Yeah, we need to get the documentation. I don't know why it takes so long for it to come down. And is that inclusive of the employer and employee contribution? So that's correct, Chief?
Acting Director Hassel?
Yes. The whole contract with everything, how much it's going to cost is all in that contract to come down to the Senate.
All right. And then for the Division of Personnel, I'm seeing $60,000 for recruitment and retention. What is recruitment and retention? I mean, I know what recruitment and retention is, but as I look at the Division of Personnel's budget proposal and your budget for FY 2020, I would want to believe that you have more than enough money to cover this.
The recruitment, that's actually for the Board of Education.
Board of Education.
Yeah, the 60,000 and the 250
for recruitment and retention.
Yeah, that's what
I mean.
That was their narrative.
Yeah, I don't follow that. Is this? You know what this is? This is for teachers. This is for recruitment and retention of teachers.
The teachers.
So this is that program where they bring in the teachers and they do the what you call it, when they do the certification, the praxis and that kind of testing. That's what this is.
That is for the Board of
that's
Ed.
what it is. Okay,
Yes.
good. Bureau of Internal Revenue, $220,000. I note that last fiscal year we did an appropriation transfer of some significant amount of funds to support additional equipment. What occurred with that, and why do you need another 220?
1 minute.
I'm going to have to get back to you on that one, son.
But you are asking for it in a testimony, and then he has to get back to us.
Or you mean the appropriation? Well, our AC broke down. There are a number of mechanical issues that we've had since then, and I know there's a lot of funding that we need to.
We need the specifics
upgrade it.
around this, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, can we get the specifics around the 220? I don't want to belabor this. Director Octolin, I note that when you spoke about projects, you spoke about projects that are not significant economic drivers as it relates to the bottom line. What major projects do you see coming online in FY 2022 that would assist us with generating some grocery receipts in particular?
Specifically, Senator, the WAPA projects, those undergrounding projects that are moving, they've gotten their clearance, the environmental clearance. They are significant. Of course, as I mentioned before, the build of the first school. We have the.
So what's the dollar amount? Do you have a projected dollar amount around those particular projects for that window in FY 2022?
Yes.
Time.
So if I take the WAPA projects, for instance, we're looking at the Water and Power Authorities, 20 million with their projects of.
Just go down the list. WAPA, you're saying you're projecting to spend about 20 million. No,
Okay,
we're
so
projecting to generate 20 million.
Yes, we're projecting to be generating money off of that $20 million project. So we're looking at whatever that spend is for the quarter, whether it's 25% of the project.
Okay. I understand. So just give me those major projects because my time has been called. And what you see.
You want the project or you want the amount that's being spent on the projects?
You could give me both if you have both in front of you. Or you should have that information as it relates to what that heavy lift is to support our budget for 2022.
Sure. So St. Thomas Undergrounding, we're looking at $38.9 million. The continuation of the Water Island composite poles, $16.5 million. Also the St. John Undergrounding, $119 million. And also, if I go, we expect that there's 200 RFP for 200 homes for the Housing Finance Authority as well, for the Envision Tomorrow program.
You remember you asked me if I
other
wanted
major-
both, but you only giving me one number.
Oh, okay. So that's the 5% of all those numbers that I had given you, and you're dividing that in 4 for the quarters as our project. That's the way that we do the projections.
What did you say for the 200 homes?
The 200 homes Envision Tomorrow. Housing Finance Authority.
You're supposed to be on a listing, Director Octolin.
It is, Senator, it's 221 projects, so I beg your indulgence, please. Envision Tomorrow, $203,038 for Envision Tomorrow.
And that's it?
Then the Housing Finance also has some affordable housing projects that they're tracking 51.9 million. The Tutu Public Housing Program, 64.4 million. And also the other phase of the Dunu redevelopment, also 57.4 million. Those are some of the major ones.
And all of this
I
is
think if you
projected to
have
be
spreadsheets
spent in FY 2022.
That is we expect that percentage of those amounts will be spent in 2022.
That's not what I asked you, Director. I asked specific to what are we looking to spend in FY 2022, because that's going to help us with our markup. That we can look at the overall big picture, the total, right?
Yes. So if I can forward you the specifics on there that you can look at the report quarter by quarter.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope we could get that information because that's important.
Thank you. That's why it's kind of hard for us to put the numbers together, because we could get exactly what we project the 5% of the overall number to be in reference to gross receipt, but now we also need to know how many jobs that's going to create, what's going to be the impact on income tax, how the residual effect on the economy with gross receipt. We got to like a different level of sophistication in terms of generating numbers, because we at some point, we have to reach to that level so that we could be able to create better budgets. And I think that's overall, that's what we need to do. And I think that I've always said that, we have to utilize Bureau of Economic Research and those entities to be able to scrub those numbers. Bureau of Economic Research is supposed to be able to tell us overall impact of Lime Tree, impact of these projects. We should be able, Director Degazan, are you going to be able to provide us with the impact of Lime Tree in reference to gross receipts, excise, income tax, and also what is the impact the positive impact? That's a negative impact with Lime Tree, and then the positive impact of these projects that are coming online in reference to the residual effect on the economy as it relates to gross receipt, excise tax, income tax, etc. Job creation. Okay, I don't. Okay, I think we have lost her. Okay, so we're going to make some calls. Colleagues, I think we scrub the numbers a bit. Today we have some more information. I would think it's a good process to have the financial team before us and to have all the other entities. I know a lot of people look at it as you shouldn't access, but that's the only way that we're going to become better as a government, is to really dig deep and to make sure that a lot of the departments are responsible for their allotment that they're getting on a regular basis, because within central government, and not just now during this administration, but from the time I've been here for the 7 years, musical chairs are played within government. You ask a question, they blame OMB. You ask the next question, they say Department of Finance ain't cut the check. All this time, they haven't even processed anything to send to Department of Finance. You ask the next question, the personnel haven't processed the NOPA, but the NOPA never went to personnel. So at some points, the dots need to be connected. And I honestly feel that that is where those cabinet meetings are so important, to connect the dots. So Laredam, why haven't you hired the 5 individuals? I need to know when the NOPAs are going up. Personnel, you need to process. So Neil, Director O'Neill, you need to release the positions. But that conversation must take place. So we're going to be spinning wheels and not collecting what we're supposed to collect. And we can't be asking the same question 4 weeks ago and then come back today and we're still at the same point in terms of how we're going to be able to move these entities forward. So with that, I thank you for your budget presentation. We're going to mark up the budget this week. We will be hearing the budget bills on, I think it's September 13th. The President, I think, have a meeting sometime shortly after that, a proposed date of September 17th. I'm getting from her office, so we're yes. No, rules is the 15th, and then you're the 17th. Yes, 2 days after rules, yes. So we are going to try to get these out. We also need for the health insurance bills to come down. We got them today, so good. So then we can hear it also on the 13th, or I'll speak to the President and she have a committee of a whole, or she's going to deal with that. But we thank you for your testimony. We now have a supplemental budget. We're going to take a recess. I just looked at the testimony for the supplemental budget, colleagues. It's 3 pages long. So I don't know if everyone has had a chance to read the supplemental budget. There is an amendment in the nature of a substitute that have been given to legal counsel for drafting. It is a good approach, and I agree with the budget director on the approach. What we did and was requested was to look at the fund balance in each of the departments to see whether or not they were going to expend all of the money this fiscal year, and if they did not, reprogram. And those areas where don't have sufficient funds, then we'll add it on as a supplement. So it's a combination of reprogramming and a combination of, yes, they're going to expend all the balance, because I have heard the stories of the end of the fiscal year coming and individuals scrambling and saying, oh, we have money, let me buy some new cars, let me buy this, let me buy that, so we need to be frugal and make sure that we're spending the money the right way. So we'll take a 5 minutes recess so that you send it, let me let you close.
Yeah, and thank you. And I also wanted to, I would say that we would dismiss, I'll ask you to dismiss some of the financial team members since they won't need to be on.
We have some other individuals coming on in case, senators, in case you need to ask a question to one of the commissioners in reference to what they're doing with the monies, they will be on. So, Director, I'll allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Thank you very much, Senator Vialli, and to the members of the Committee on Finance, and the good Senator Francis, who's always in attendance. Thank you for hearing us out today. We look forward to the markup in the next couple of days to, really scrubbing through the numbers and coming up with ensuring the budget is passed on time, and being able to provide continued services to the people of the territory. I know it is a daunting task that we all have. There are still a lot of unknowns, but we are confident in where we are and what we need, and so we look forward to continued collaboration with this body. And thank you again.
We thank you so much for your testimony, Director. The Committee of Finance will take a 10 minutes recess, and then we'll be back on the record. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Bill number 34-0106, an act amending Act number 8365 as amended by Act number 8411 and Act number 8451, amending Act number 8451, Section 2A, amending Act number 8347, Section 1, relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $24,423,321 to several departments and agencies to pay outstanding obligations and providing for other related purposes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, this afternoon I offer Bill number 34-0106 by request of the Governor, an act amending Act number 8365 as amended by Act number 8411 and Act number 8451, amending Act number 8451, Section 2A, amending Act number 8347, Section 1, relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $24,423,321 to several departments and agencies to pay outstanding obligations and providing for other related purposes. Also, Mr. Chair, I received on August 31st, 2021 at 8:47 a.m. an amendment in the nature of a substitute to this bill as well. So it has been emailed to all senators. So please review it because that should be a part of today's discussion as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Before we go to the testimony, no, I'll let you go ahead and provide testimony, then I'll put something else on the record in terms of the figures. But once again, put your name and title on the record, Director O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, let's go straight into your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Chairman Kurt Vialet and other members of the Committee on Finance of the 34th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, other senators present, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I appear to testify on Bill number 34-0106 as substituted, amending Act numbers 8347 and 8365 as amended by Act numbers 8411 and 8451 relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for the government of the Virgin Islands, amending Act number 8341 relating to the fiscal year 2021 operating budget for Schneider Regional Medical Center and Governor Wong F. Louis Hospital, and amending Act number 8384 as amended by Act number 8469 relating to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. You will recall that Governor Barron submitted the fiscal year 2021 supplemental budget bill on Monday, July 19th, 2021. In that bill, we requested $24,423,321 for several departments and agencies to pay outstanding liabilities. Since that time, OMB embarked on a comprehensive analysis of all departments, which resulted in adjustments where it was determined that there would be vacancy savings. These reductions helped to offset the $24.4 million that was initially requested, and we are now requesting $13,857,170 to be allocated between 14 departments and agencies, including both hospitals and the legislature. In addition to the new monies being requested, there are a number of appropriation transfers to enable movement of funds between appropriated line items within individual departments. These are as follows. Department of Justice, reducing personnel and fringe by $500,000 and increasing operating expenses in the same amount for St. Thomas facility renovations. The Bureau of Internal Revenue, reducing personnel and fringe by $700,000 and increasing the operating expenses line item by the same amount. Department of Public Works, reducing personnel and fringe by $923,424.11 and increasing operating expenses by the same amount. Department of Planning and Natural Resources, reducing personnel and fringe by $206,000 and increasing operating expenses by the same amount. And the Department of Human Services, reducing the line item DHS to hire nurses by $889,633 and inserting under operating expenses a line item CHG contractual services for the same amount. Bill number 34-0106 also amends Act 8341, which provides an appropriation for the Schneider Regional Medical Center and the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital during the fiscal year October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021, to provide $150,000 for the establishment of a disaster recovery revolving fund at each hospital to assist in hiring staff and covering costs that will be reimbursed from the FEMA project worksheets assigned to each hospital. It further provides $700,000 to each hospital for technology enhancement and capital equipment needs as necessary, and revises the total appropriated from the general fund to both hospitals to $50,200,000. Additionally, Bill number 34-0106 amends Act number 8469 relating to the legislature of the Virgin Islands to appropriate $197,000 to pay GERS employer contributions. Finally, this bill seeks to amend Act number 8347 to reduce the contribution to the general fund from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund for fiscal year 2021 by $10 million from $43,219,112 to $33,219,112 to pay GERS outstanding employer obligations and partially satisfy the legal judgment handed down by the court. Most of the amounts being requested in this bill should remain available until expended, or at minimum, we're asking that it be available through March 31st, 2022. This body will note that a number of the funding requests relate to the payment of outstanding debts, as Governor Bryan is committed to ensuring that all outstanding government obligations are paid. Additional funding being requested is for other critical projects that are essential to enhancing services rendered to the residents of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, this concludes my testimony. Departmental representatives are on Teams, and we are all available to answer any questions that you and the committee may have. Sorry, if I could also say that I want to correct on the record, or further state on the record where we are and how we got here. So we started the fiscal year 2021 with a budget of $843,473,534. We've had a number of bills or acts since then that has increased the original budget. Our current projections on revenues is $914,201,602. That leaves, or is a difference of $70,728,068 that has allowed us to be able to pay the 8%, the single-payer utility, a number of other things that were passed in two prior acts, and now also to allow us to bring this roughly $14 million supplemental request before this body. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are a number of individuals that are on teams. I would like you to go ahead and put your name and title on the record so my colleagues can know who are on teams. Let's begin with, I'm seeing Attorney Cabon.
Good afternoon, Monica Williams Carbone, appearing on behalf of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Ms. Antoine.
Good afternoon, Charmaine Modeste Antoine, CFO for the Department of Human Services.
Right, Ms. Rima Brown.
Good afternoon, I'm Mikal Rima Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Human Services.
Mr. Jennings.
Good afternoon, Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Department of Public Works.
Mr. McLean.
Good afternoon, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Mr. Knight.
Good afternoon, Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor.
Commissioner Causey Gomez.
Good afternoon, Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Human Services.
Adjutant General Knox Limbacher.
Good afternoon, Major General Knox Limbacher, Adjutant General, Virgin Islands National Guard.
Director Farrell.
Good afternoon, Director Farrell, Office of Veterans Affairs.
Assistant Commissioner Hansen. Ms. Hansen.
Good afternoon, Renee Hansen, Assistant Commissioner, Sports, Parks, and Recreation.
Commissioner Oriole.
Good afternoon, Jean-Pierre Oriole, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Who? Avril, I'm not seeing a last name for that person.
Fabian. It's Fabian.
Good afternoon, Senator. Avril Fabian, Deputy Director of Operations at the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Is that it? Did I miss anyone?
Is Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer, Department of Justice.
Okay, thank you.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Okay.
Janice Thomas, Fiscal Officer, Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good, thank you. I think that is it. So colleagues, we have everyone there who's getting a little bit of money in this supplemental in case you have a question that you need to ask them. Without the supplemental, what's the cumulative figure you're coming up with that we're at thus far?
For, without adding the supplemental, we are at $900 million. A little over $900 million, to get the exact
I think I'm getting 915, including the 8%.
$900,343,742.
Okay. Okay, I gotta look at. Yeah, you included Act 8411, Act 8451, and Act 8469.
That's correct.
Okay, say the number again, 900.
$900,343,742.
I think one of the Act 8411 had a $10 million mistake. Did you see it? One of them had a mistake where, because the amount I'm getting is 915,821,117.
Without the supplemental?
Without the supplemental.
With the supplemental, yes. You'd be
without the supplemental. We'll go through the number. 8411, what was the total you had for 8411 that added? You have it by Act as to how much each Act added to the budget?
No, not on the sheet that I have. I'll calculate it while we're speaking.
Okay, I think 8411 was like 37. million 400 something, and then 8451 was 13 million something, and then 8469, the 8% is already, it's up to what, 50,453,259 for the 8%, and we're missing $400,000 that we did not include for EDA. Our colleagues will go ahead with some of the testimony, questioning by my colleagues, and as you look at the supplemental, if there's something specific that you need to know in reference as to why they're requesting that amount, the requisite department heads or commissioner directors are here to answer those questions. Senator Blyden, I'll begin with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Again, Director O'Neill and all other testifiers via Teams, and thank you for your testimony. In respect to... 5 minutes, colleagues, sorry. That's fine. In respect to the testimony, Director O'Neill, and I guess I'll refer to some of those on the screen. The Department of Public Works, page 2 of the testimony. Reducing the personnel and French by 923,424.11 and increasing the operation expenses line N10 by the same amount. What was the thought process in respect to that?
So that is an appropriation transfer, and Mr. Jennings can speak to that.
Yes, good afternoon, Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Public Works. Director O'Neill is correct. That is an appropriation transfer. We are decreasing personnel and increasing our operating expenses to include purchasing of heavy equipment, a tracker for the St. Thomas District, and expenses for striping of intersections territory-wide,
and
420.
And the reduction of personnel does not affect the much needed engineers that have been requested and spoken to, correct?
No, it does not.
That was my concern. Thank you so much for that. Also, when it comes to the chart, when it comes to we have the equip for $300,000 for the veterans, the Eastern Cemetery. My concern is the regular cemetery and the land space, whereas we don't have any in this district. And I know I've been trying to say I can assist public work with receiving some funds to purchase property in the Eastern Cemetery, where right next to, adjacent to where the crypts are at right now, and the burial ground. Mr. McLean, where are we at with that? Is there any movement with that? In respect to, because I thought that $700,000 was for the purchase of that land, but apparently it's for the veterans as a match. Am I correct?
Director Farrell?
Actually saying that you're talking about two different things.
I am. That's what I'm trying to clarify on the record.
Yeah. The $700,000 that we're asking for today is to build additional crypts. The match that we spoke about earlier, that's for the VA Cemetery Grant Program, and that was in the amount of $350,000.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. McLean, is there any movement in respect to regular burial space, Haines, St. Thomas, St. John District in that area, the Eastern Cemetery?
2 minutes.
Yes, Senator. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. We actually have a request in to build a crypt as well for regular burials in that same location.
Okay, thank you for that. And also on the K, subsection W, which was amended, payment for off-island residential care of $217,662. Mental health services prior year outstanding obligation $97,968. Let me ask Commissioner Casey Gomez, what's going on in the space in respect to other areas when it comes to decreasing those amounts and having or many legislation we have put forward to house our people here. Is there anything going on in that space?
Senator, that is actually Department of Health. It's not Human Services.
Oh, I'm sorry, Encarnacion, is anyone from health there to respond?
I don't think we have anyone from health.
Okay, very well.
May I, Chairman, I just sent her the link. She was having an issue joining, so I sent it again.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Snyder, both hospitals, Snyder Regional and CFL. The Medical Center Technology Enhancement and Capital Equipment. What are we speaking exactly in respect to when it comes to that funding for the $700,000?
So both hospitals did submit to us as well as to this body a list of their equipment needs relative to Omnicell and Meditech. And so this is a portion of the cost that they would have to be able to allow them to upgrade.
And what will that do in respect to the hospital?
Well, it would allow them to upgrade their system. The system is, Meditech is what they use for basically everything, tracking the patients, their payments, their accounting system, everything runs through the Meditech and Omnicell. So it would allow them to do an upgrade to that.
Yeah, that's what I wanted the listening audience to hear. And in closing, Mr. Chair, in closing, I'm happy to see that we are basically taking care of our obligation when it comes to outstanding employer payment and total transfer to GRS. I'm happy to see that in here, and I want to thank you for the reappropriation, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The Meditech system, when they came before us, I remember the amount has been a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's spread over 5 years. So it was about $7 million, but it's spread over a number of years. It's not immediate. So we're doing partial.
So, but this would allow them to do the upgrade and bring the system online?
The system is already online. It's online. It just needs to be updated and do continuous updates like we do with the ERP, where you have to get upgrades. It's just an upgrade to the system.
The system, somehow, that's not what they testified. I am not getting. Okay,
Yeah, they have the contract for Meditech and Omnicell. They have the contracts are in place, and it's systems that they have. What they're doing is upgrades.
Okay. Okay. I got to call Dr. Amaro to find out, because I swear that they testified a way higher amount.
Yeah, they said $7 million.
So,
but it's spread over. If you look at the letter,
so when they told us, okay, that was a cumulative figure.
Correct.
Spread out over a number of years.
Exactly.
So this would suffice.
Yes, for this year.
Okay, excellent. Senator. This is 2020 that we're amending,
21.
colleagues. 21, sorry. 2021 that we're amending.
Right.
And you would like the funds to remain available until
expended.
Expended or until a target date?
Well, for them, we still say until expended, because it does take time for technology and for the system to actually be, for the update to happen.
Okay.
So leave it until expended, and then they will present when that first phase and then the next phase, et cetera, for funding.
Okay. So the monies at the hospital would kind of suffice for next fiscal year, because we're passing it in this fiscal year, but they'll have it to spend
They'll be able to spend beginning, once it's approved,
Right.
they'll start the spending, they can start the upgrades, and then they will have, I'm sure they're going to need additional funding down the road to continue the upgrades, but that will, they will send what is required at that point for the next level of the upgrade. But every year, it has to change, and if you look at the letter that was sent by Ms. Gallagher from Schneider Regional, the CFO, it's $7-point-something million spread over at least 5 years. There's a number of years which it's broken up.
Okay. But then wouldn't that be like 1.4?
It could be.
Okay.
So we work with the board, but we work with the hospitals to allow them to start and allow for changes to happen as we move forward.
Okay, point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Just along the same lines, so you're saying that this $700,000 will suffice for, of course, this fiscal year is about to close, right? By the time this passes, we probably will have only, I would say, 2 weeks within FY 2021. So, are you saying that in FY 2022, because we're talking about available until expended, and of course, we give the hospitals a lump sum, which these numbers are not going to be included in whatever lump sum we appropriate for FY 2022.
Correct.
So are you saying that the $700,000 is sufficient to cover the entire fiscal year of 2022?
Senator, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, per my knowledge, it will get the hospitals through the bulk of the upgrade that is necessary. The thing is, it takes time for the upgrades to happen. By the time they get to it and the Meditech system is put in place, well, not put in place, but they start the upgrades, they will have enough. This will actually carry them through most, if not all, of fiscal year 2022.
And that's based on the contract?
Yes. The contract, they already have contracts in place. They have, based on, from my knowledge of being on the board, these contracts are already in place.
And as per the contracts, do they have to show that they have the funding to support this contract?
No, the contracts are already approved based on them saying that they had the funding.
Okay. All right, thank you. And that's for both districts?
Yeah, yes, 700,000 per
district?
Per hospital.
Per hospital?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Senator Francis, read what you just showed me. We just need to, I just want to make sure we have it right. I don't want to do something just to do in the sake. The testimony as provided by, who's that?
This was the Snyder Hospital during the budget presentation on July 23rd of 2021. And they spoke about the Meditech Expanse, which is an electronic health record software for clinical and financial management support at the cost of $3.4 million, and Omnicell, the automated dispensing cabinets, of $2.7 million. However, realizing the cost to upgrade the Meditech is currently prohibitive, our immediate objective is to optimize our existing IT infrastructure so that when funding becomes available in the future to acquire the Meditech Expanse and the transition to the platform be more seamless. So this was for the District of St. Thomas, and then obviously I think the same is required for the District of St. Croix as well.
Correct.
Okay, and say that number again, Senator, say that again?
It was $3.4 million, and the Omnicell automated dispensing cabinets at the cost of $2.7.
Okay, so we were coming up with 6.1. But you were saying that 6.1 is not
over a period of time.
Is over a period?
Yes, it is spread over a period of time. CFO, SRMC, CFO, which I'm trying to find the letter, it's spread over a minimum of 5 years.
Okay, but I wonder what about the the Omnitech, what is the cabinets? Yeah, they were saying that hardware costs $2.7 million.
So I would have to go back to my notes on the hardware part to see what they had submitted to the board.
Okay.
I don't remember right now.
Okay, we will call Dr. Amaro to find out exactly how much it is. Okay, Senator DeGraff is not here, so let's go to, before we go to Senator Francis, I just have to say, we did fund Department of Justice with sufficient funding last fiscal year because they actually have not expended all the monies that we put for personnel and fringe, so this poor body that gets a lick sometime, but clearly we're able to reprogram some $500,000 that was not expended. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a salient point in regards to the Department of Justice. General Knox Limbacher, good afternoon to everyone on the line, first of all. And Tag, in regards to the supplemental submittal here for the outstanding hurricane active duty payment, will this clear the way to make sure that all of those soldiers will be taken care of?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. I would tell you, thank you for this legislative body and for the governor's office of putting this supplemental. This will actually pay 100% of what is owed to the 350 service members, Army and Air National Guard, who supported the Hurricane 2017 and complete the payment for those personnel.
Is there still an opportunity for us to be able to get this back, FEMA reimbursement, or this will be solely local expenditure at this point?
Very little of this will probably be FEMA reimbursable because it's the lack of record keeping that was there previously. But we'll continue to work to see as much as we can get back to the territory.
Very well. I look forward for us making good on this. Again, they have waited long and hard for their funding, and we're right back into a hurricane season, so we don't want to call upon them without taking care of this debt. So I'm looking forward to supporting this. Director Farrell, I see that there's two designation for the crypts here. I see one where there is the $700,000, and then again the Eastern Cemetery crypt for $300,000. Is this one and the same, or there's a total of $1 million that's going towards this endeavor?
No, Senator. The $350,000 is for the match, the 10% match for the VA Cemetery Grant Program, and then the $700,000 is to put crypt one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas.
Okay, and then so the Eastern Cemetery crypt, that's $300,000. That's something different, you're saying?
No, I maybe I need to look at the what's there. I think I saw it. It was correct. The $350,000 is for the 10% match for the VA State Cemetery, which is going to be on the island of St. Croix.
Okay. All right. In section.
Then the additional $700,000 is one crypt on St. Thomas, one crypt on St. Croix, split in half.
Okay, you could take a look at it because I'm seeing some different numbers, at least in the
Senator?
in the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Yes.
The $300,000 is for the Eastern Cemetery crypt on Public Works side for the general public.
Okay, so that's not going to the veterans.
No.
Very well. While I have you, are you also the lighting for the Melvin Evans Highway at $1.5 million? Will that take care of lighting the complete highway?
2 minutes.
Going from Sunny Isles all the way down to Hannah's Rest?
Yes. Jomo McLean, yes, Senator.
Very well. Look forward to that. And Director O'Neill, the $10 million, will this be the last hurdle clearing to make sure that GRS receive the $10 million? The approval of this supplemental will then take care of that? No other hurdles in place?
Yes, Senator. But again, we're asking for it to be all applied to outstanding employer obligations to allow us to start paying on the $19 million judgment.
So is there a specific language that's required, or you're satisfied with what's here in your in the supplemental submittal?
Once it says outstanding employer obligations as written in the bill, that is all that we need.
Very well.
Thank you.
And Department of Health, are you on in regards to the malpractice insurance? Department of Health, are you on?
Yes, sir, I'm on.
Very well.
Yes, sir, I'm on. I'm hoping that you can see and hear me.
I can definitely hear you and see you now. In respect to the settlement of $715,000, will this take care of all of the outstanding obligations for the medical malpractice?
It actually will take care of most of it. We've had discussion and the AG and I have agreed on how we're going to get the additional. So for right now, that suffices. Thank you, sir.
That suffices. Very well. Okay. Thank you very much. And in regards to Director O'Neill, the Cinque Animal Welfare Center and the other animal shelter, I don't know if the Humane Society is also listed in here, but there's $518,000 to the Department of Agriculture for that payment. Again, I know that there was some discrepancy in terms of the language, which prohibited them from being paid or receiving their allotment. Will this certainly take care of that and remove any further impediments?
Yes, Senator. This would allow the Department of Agriculture to move forward with making that payment. Again, this was prior year, so the funding had lapsed, which didn't allow for payment before.
Very well. And is there testimony that this is not, all of this in regards to supplemental is not surplus money, but rather just moving around funding to be able to address the projections that have been made for FY21?
Some of it is reappropriation of funding. Some of it, however, is part of the $70.7 million that we are projecting in revenues over where we started in fiscal year 21 in October of 2020.
And this projection is as of a timeline of August 20th? So you still have some pending numbers as we continue to reconcile the balance of August into September?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Purchase of new Lieutenant Governor's office, $1.5 million. What is that? Where is that located? Are we purchasing a building? What are we doing?
Attorney Carbon?
We are, good afternoon, Senator. We are purchasing or attempting to purchase a building in the town of Christiansted. We have pretty much outgrown our service locations on the island of St. Croix, and when we appeared before you regarding our budget testimony in July, we did state that we were attempting to do something similar to what we did on the island of St. Thomas, the centralized services, and also as a cost-saving measure. We feel that the opportunity has presented itself for us to own this property. The owner is selling, and we want to take advantage of the opportunity.
Which property are we referring to?
It is the First Bank building. It's on King Street, downtown Christiansted.
Across from the credit union?
Yes.
Okay, the old First Pennsylvania Bank.
First Bank.
And the 1.5 million, is there going to be a need to retrofit the inside? I know the bottom floor was designed as a bank and the top floor was offices. What's the cost of retrofit?
We are going to have to retrofit the top floor. We have reached out for the Department of Property and Procurement to initiate the process to obtain an appraisal of what would need to be done. We are still awaiting a response from the Department of Property and Procurement.
And which portions of the Lieutenant Governor office will be relocated there?
We're looking at Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulations, some of the tax assessor and tax collector's office. And based on the amount of space, we have to decide. It's going to more than likely be, we're going to need more than one location, but this is just one of the locations that we've been able to identify. May I also state for the record, Senator, that the office is in support of the bill 34-0106 as initially offered, with the appropriation for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor of $6,895,517 to $8,395,517, recognizing no decrease for personnel and fringe or any other areas, no cut in the other areas.
With this new building, how many offices are you presently renting? Christiansted.
Christiansted, we have several floors where Division of Banking and Insurance and the tax assessor offices are located. We are also located in Government House.
Okay, so stop. So 1 second. So where Division of Banking and Insurance, where you're presently located, you're going to vacate that building and go to this next building, or you're going to still be utilizing that building?
No, we would vacate because that's a that's a private owner.
Okay, and what's that rental fee per year?
Excuse me?
How much are we paying for that building?
For that building itself?
Yes.
$236,926
Okay.
per year.
Okay, so in 6 years we'll get back the money. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Human Services, I don't know if this was asked before I was downstairs, briefly. DHS to hire nurses. So we're reducing the 889,633 and inserting CHG contractual services. What does that mean?
We had a contract with CHG, or the RN network, for contractual nurses, and then what the $1 million that this body gave us to hire, we're in the process of transitioning off the contract onto a full-time GBI status. And so because we're kind of in transition for both, we need to pay the contract as we're transitioning the nurses over to the GBI full-time and part-time.
So you have in your budget right now, you've budgeted for your nurses full-time in the budget you sent down?
For this $1 million, the CHG transfer to CHG to pay, as well as we're in the process, but it'll be in the fiscal year 2022 budget as well.
Okay. How many nurses are you looking at?
Ideally, it would have been like 19, but right now we've hired, so far we have hired for Herbert Gregg, we hired 5 nurses so far for Herbert Gregg and 1 in St. Thomas. We've had 3 or 4 decline offers. We have a couple of pending, and right now we're looking at the process of 5 others work at other agencies in GBI. So they'll have to have a dual NOPA in order for them to come and join us.
Are these RNs, CNAs, LPNs, all of the above?
Yes.
So what's your starting salary for your RNs?
RNs, I'll have to take a quick look. I think AC, remember, Brown, you have it in front of you?
Yes, 70,000.
70? Okay, that's on par. That's on par with the national starting salary. So I rest my case. Thank you. Let's go quickly to Justice. So you're reducing your 500,000 in personal and fringe, and you're moving it to operating expenses for your renovations. Where are you cutting your 500,000 from for these personal and fringe? What is it coming from? The white collar unit?
Yes, I believe it's coming from the white collar unit.
Okay. Say it again for me. Say it again for me. So the $500,000 coming from what? White collar?
Yeah, that's the one from the white collar unit.
The same white collar unit that we accuse of not funding? That unit? The one that you had us on
Yes.
the front page of the newspaper for?
Yeah, that's the unit that was
Okay.
were late in
Say no
bringing
more,
on
say no more, say no
Sorry,
more. I hope the newspaper catch this one, so we don't be in the front page of not wanting to fund white collar. We're trying to cover up something. Let's move quickly to the supplemental budget again. The lighting for the Melvin Evans Highway of 1.5 million.
2 minutes.
So in disaster recovery, we have these discussions. There's this debate between WAPA, who's supposed to fix the lights, WAPA and Public Works. The testimony provided by Public Works at the time was that part of the highway funds that come through FEMA or regular funds, the highway construction includes the lights. I remember vividly Public Works testifying about that. So the 1.5 million, tell me how does that work? Were the lights not included in the federal funds? How does this go, Mr. McLean?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Jomo McLean. They say during construction, you're talking about the Garvey projects, or I'm not sure where.
All of the projects that came
So
out of federal
once-
funds.
So if we have a project where a new project and we're constructing it, we would install lights, but the local government is responsible for maintenance of the lights and
Okay,
repairs of
okay.
those.
So you're looking to repair those lights
Right, and replace the ones that were damaged.
from the storms? So these replacements, this 1.5, are we replacing damaged lights from the storms or just damaged lights, period?
Damaged lights, period.
Okay, so none of this is covered under FEMA? None of these lights were destroyed in a storm?
FEMA wouldn't cover those lights because they would fall under the federal highway system, and the federal aid system. We don't have any funds that are currently allocated for the replacement of those lights.
So who
So
will be,
there's a possibility. There's a possibility we might be able to get reimbursed for some of them, but we don't have any funds sitting to replace those lights.
Time.
And so that's one of the things we're working with WAPA on, since they're responsible for the maintaining of the lights. So we're trying to finalize the MOU between DPW and WAPA so that once we install lights, that they have all the requisite equipment listing and parts that they would need to maintain them.
so the Mr. Chair, just to briefly, and we
Go ahead, go ahead.
So when you had disaster recovery a long time ago, on the record, you did testify that you were working on this MOU. How long does it take an MOU to be executed between two agencies? That's 8 months ago. And the last question is, since you're in front of me, I have to ask this last question. What's the status on the Clomar for Polly Joseph?
That's still in FEMA's court under review. I know they're still working on it with DPNR, but it's still in FEMA's court.
I didn't get an answer on my MOU question because we lollygagging on a basic MOU as to who is to fix some lights. And I need an answer on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Unfortunately, I can't answer that. I'm not. I think it's with the WAPA's attorney, and I'm not sure what the status of that is right now currently.
Okay, that light issue, we already paid $26 million to the contractor, and the material sitting in a storeroom, and there's other material and the Caribbean Automat and St. Croix just on the ground, hundreds and hundreds of the extension to put up the light sitting there. Mr. McLean, just a general question before I go. It's not a lot of us here today. When you're doing, I see that you're installing swale for a lot of the road projects. I saw that in Bugby Hole. And I know the new waterfront project also have this the swale on the side for the water to run off. Is the swale supposed to be at the same level with the road or lower?
The swale can be at the same level or lower. Can't be higher, but it can be at the same.
The issue I have is that the beautiful waterfront project in St. Thomas, if you drive slowly and you look at the swale is like a ½ inch above the road. And it's going to cause water retention in the road. Tell me, explain that to me. Just off the record before I go back to the budget.
Yeah, certainly, Senator. So the swale is actually on the waterfront is actually right now 2 inches higher than the roadway. And that's because there's still 2 inches of asphalt that needs to be put on the final wearing course. So what we're driving right now on is just the base course and not the final asphalt surface. So that's why it's higher right now.
Okay, because
once the project.
I was very worried about that. When I saw it, I was like, we're going to lose the road. So what's the date for the next 2 inches of asphalt to go on?
The project is right now scheduled to be completed in November. So that final 2 inches probably will be placed sometime in October.
Okay, because I know most individuals that live in St. Thomas think it's completed, but we still have a bit to go. So that is good. And I saw the same thing in Bugby Hole yesterday. I think they might need to put that additional asphalt because it's below the swale. So thank you for that answer. I know that before I go to the next senator, who I'm sure will drill on this waste management, the tipping fees, waste management must begin to fend for themselves. They need to implement the tipping fee, and they also need to send a proposal in reference to garbage disposal for household pickup. You should be sending some type of proposal to the legislature as to how we could move forward. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since the chair spoke about, I was actually going to start with the Royal Snyder Hospital, but since the chair talked about waste management, so if we were to move this $5 million, we would have given waste management $20 million more than their budget across these 2 fiscal years. Now, I heard the chair talk about waste management fending for themselves, but when we ask about the tipping fees, I don't recall it generating sufficient funds to cover the expenses. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again, and I've been working on this legislation. I wish my colleagues would knock down my door to tell me that they want to assist me with pushing this legislation. We got to pay for trash. Otherwise, every year, we're going to have the same issue. We got to pay something, $15, $20, whatever it is. We have to support the Waste Management Authority. The tipping fees are not sufficient. Okay, so I want to make sure I put on the record. Win, lose, or draw, I put it on the record because if you look at it, pound for pound, across the board, there is no other place in the United States, and I'm going to venture to say throughout the world, where folks do not pay for their trash. So we got to do something about that. Okay? Director O'Neill, I mean, we could discuss this offline, so I'm not going to belabor this, but I see that I think we have some calculation challenges. I think I add up like some $2.6 million in calculation challenges. And I'm looking at the amendment, of course, in the nature of a substitute. I think in one category, under Section B, the increase to OMB is 3.7, but it should actually be 5.1. We could discuss that offline, and we have a few. I see a few more of that occurring within the request. But let me just go to the hospital. So back to this whole Meditech, Omnitech thingy. So when I look at the amount or the verbiage that you have here, you specifically noted, what is it? I had it in front of me and now I'm not seeing it. Okay. Medical center technology enhancement and capital equipment. So basically, the $700,000 does not support the capital equipment component. And then there's also consulting fees. So we're going to have to get a clearer picture of what this really represents, because the information that we've received, I mean, I've been working with the Snyder Regional Medical Center on this, and I'm certain that my colleagues from St. Croix have been working on the Wang Lek Fluid on this as well. So the numbers don't really add up to what their needs are. I know the numbers are lower because of the 5-year projection, which is totally understandable, but $700,000 does not seem to carry or get us to where we need to go, because we have capital equipment included in that number. So you've already said that you're going to go back and look at it, but with regards to the Snyder Regional, they had sent in a request in FY 2021 that we were not able to address, and that was to purchase some $400,000 worth of equipment. I think that I sent it to you a few days ago. I'm not certain if you saw it, but they have a request in for an X-ray machine at $200,000, a urology table, and the hyperbaric chamber compressor at $60,000, and a compressor rather at $443,000, and an infusion pump. The deposit on that is $95,000, bringing this to a total of $400,000. So, do you have? I know that you are also on the territorial board.
I'm completely unaware of that request.
Yeah, I sent it to you, but it was an attachment to some other things that I sent. So perhaps I can share it with you, but this is something that they've been asking for since FY 21, and we were not able to accommodate it. So I'll work with my colleagues to see how we can make that happen. I don't want to go back to the Department of Justice because we've already went over that. But I don't know why I feel like some of the items that I'm seeing in here are items, like for instance, under J, are items that we could have utilized our federal dollars for. Is this a match, or why are we needing an additional $300,000 for landscape projects? Asphalt supply, what are those? Roadside brush cleanup, 1.8 million. Why are we needing additional money in FY 2021 to cover those?
Time.
Mr. Jennings?
Good afternoon, Ruben Jennings, Deputy Commissioner, Administration, Public Works. Good question, Senator. So we had a pilot project on the island of St. Thomas in terms of on Moravian Highway. And we wanted to expand it to the St. Croix district on the East Airport Road and West Airport Road. In terms of asphalt supply, we needed additional monies to purchase asphalt for patching purposes. In terms of the monies for the roadside brush cleaning, that is money that is owed and that will be needed to pay our current roadside vendors. So at this point, we owe $1.8 million to our roadside clearing
So it's appropriate to say that you over obligated your roadside brush cleaning by some $1.8 million? Do you have contracts?
Yes, we have contracts. We have, it's never been appropriately funded for the past several years. We have 29 contracts amongst the territory.
No, I understand that, but stay with me.
Yeah.
Stay with me. I understand it's not appropriately funded, but when you issue the contracts are to be issued within the confines of the amounts that's appropriated for that particular fiscal year, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, so that concerns me.
Yes, that's supply contracts. So at any point we could reduce the the hours, but we had conversations with OMB earlier this year, and I want to thank them for including it in the supplemental.
So OMB tell you go
we
ahead.
did it.
Okay, I get it.
No. we had conversations.
My time has been called, but I just have a few concerns around this. But I think for the most part, we can go with most of it. I guess it's going to going to require some level of offline conversation as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. What's the cost of the roadside brush cleaning?
It's $5.6 million per year.
And this is an additional 1.8 to the 5.6.
No. So it actually brings us to the 1.6. So for fiscal year 2021, from our general fund, we are appropriated 2.1 million. We used anti-litter funding, the full 1 million, also for the roadside. We use our tourism fund, the 300,000 to fund it also. So the difference that we need is the 1.8 million.
And the 1.8 is going to bring it up to 5.6, you're saying?
Yes.
We get in $5.6 million worth of work?
I would say yes. We use them not only for roadside brush cleaning, but they're essential for our sandbagging operations and roadside and for gut cleaning. I don't know, we would not be able to do what we have to do without our roadside crews.
I think we just need to make sure that we have adequate supervision to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. And especially for the island of St. Croix, I've just recommended that they're cutting miles of road with a bushwhacker instead of getting the appropriate equipment that would reduce the amount of time that they're spending on 1 or 2 miles. I mean, if they had a ride in more, a lot of those areas are flat. If it's well maintained, it'll be so easy to cut. To me, we just we should have some requirements, especially for St. Croix, that those companies must invest in appropriate equipment. Because I'm seeing where companies are getting $300,000 and all they want to buy is bushwhackers. I mean, is there no requirement for them to invest in equipment?
Yes, there is a requirement in the contracts, specifically for the weed eaters. And in the St. Croix district, we have two types of contracts: the mechanical, which is the side arms that you see, and we have the regular crews with the handheld. But we have taken your advice, and we are implementing those riding lawnmowers as part of the contracts next time around.
Right, and I'm talking about zero-turn commercial mowers. I mean, all over Florida you go, they have multiple different type of equipment that they use, from sidearm to zero-turn to those where they stand on. So they need to make some investment. In reference to the asphalt supply, are we getting the full supply from those paving companies that are receiving EDC benefits and are supposed to, in return, provide asphalt for Department of Public Works? We getting it?
We have gotten it from one company in particular, but it's normally 200 tons, but we expended 200 tons in no time. So
okay,
that is the reason why additional.
Now, I want asphalt because we want the roads to be patched in those areas where we don't have the general paving. You spoke about a project for East Airport and West Airport. What's that landscaping project? You said similar to Moravian Highway? That's Moravian Highway in front of Niski?
Yes, on Moravian Highway. Yes. So when you drive by, you see we hired a contractor to plant some shrubs and trees along the highway. They were responsible for watering and everything. So we wanted to expand it to the island of St. Croix in terms of beautifying for the general public and also for tourists alike.
And St. Croix, is it going to be on the side of the road or the middle? I know Moravian is in the middle, right?
That's correct, Senator.
So how is it designed for St. Croix? The side, the middle, the what?
So the concept is when we send this proposal out to bid, is we have our ideas here in Public Works, of course, but it's for those that apply through PMP, is to come with some ideas.
Okay.
And they would kind of, yes.
Senator Carrion, I see you back there. Senator Carrion, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and you in the listening audience. Director Neal, in paragraph 2 of your supplemental budget testimony, you noted that OMB embarked a comprehensive analysis of all departments, which resulted in vacancy savings. Do you have a figure of what that saving is, total amount?
Yes. 1 second, pulling it up. So we are projecting.
And of course, if that analysis was also done in collaboration with the department heads.
So the departments were asked to do their own, and we have done our own, and we are going back and looking at where we are. So we have had to confirm some of the numbers. Well, so far we've confirmed some of the numbers, is what I should say. We were projecting around 30 million roughly that would be in savings, but I do still need to confirm that. Well, 31 million. Confirm that with the respective departments. There is some that I know it's going to actually be less than that, because when I had the conversation with education in particular, they noted about $7 million, where across all categories we had it at about $12 million. So there is some cleanup. I need to see what they have. There may be some areas where departments have already encumbered funds or done a lot of other things that I'm not privy to. So we're working with them to get the final numbers correct.
Okay, so it's still ongoing.
Yes.
All right. Curious to hear. Okay. Public Works. I'm curious to find out. So you mentioned 300,000. In landscape projects, so that's focused on beautification. Let me ask you, you spoke about the Moravian Highway beautification project. What was the cost of that?
To date, we've expended 80,000 on that project.
So Moravian is 80,000. Okay. Also, regards to the Melvin Evans Highway and 1.5 million lighting for the highway. Aren't there any federal funding that we could use for that?
We currently do not have any federal funds available at this moment.
Do you anticipate anything coming down the pipeline that could be used, whether it's for infrastructure? Maybe we could use some of those funds for that?
2 minutes.
I mean, that would be speculative at this point, but I know that one of the things that we're trying to do is we have a last segment of the Melvin Evans Highway project getting ready to come out to bid, go to bid. And so we plan to add this as a schedule to that project so that we can get it completed at the same time and not just have it sitting and waiting.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Director O'Neill, do you anticipate any funding that could be used for, I mean, we definitely need the lighting. We're just trying to ensure that. I don't see how we can't use some federal funding for that. Do you anticipate any funds that might be available?
For that particular purpose, no, I don't see that.
Okay. Your motor vehicle, I see there's an increase. Can you kindly share the reason for the increase? That's in the amendment presented H, section 2.
Janice Thomas, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Fiscal Officer. The increase is for a settlement that we owe to 2 employees. It was an agreement made between the BMV and the union, was negotiated by the collective bargaining.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And Director Neal, I see there's a number of transfers from personal and fringe to operating expenses. Justification for these transfers in these departments, are we transferring for transferring sake because we realize that we have funds within vacancies that weren't filled and we're transferring to operating expense, or there's a need to be able to transfer these things actually for operating expenses?
Senator, there's an actual need to transfer. They have a shortage, I should say, in their operating, but they have a surplus in the personnel. So reallocating so that they can take care of their obligations in operating expenses.
Time.
All right. Mr. Chair, if I may, last to the Department of Sports Park.
Yes, you may. When you
Department of Sports Park, yeah. With regards to the 1.5 million Frederiksted waterfront repairs and Mildred Cumming Park revitalization, I see you also have separate funds for the lighting of Strand Street waterfront area. So I was curious to find out then what exactly will the 1.5 be used for, and if we should include a line item for the Mildred Cummings Park revitalization, because it's all in one lump sum. So can you break down what's a project here, how much is going to what?
From my understanding, the 1.5 is for the waterfront repairs, all the way down to Mali. There's about 400,000 for Mildred Cummings Park, the revitalizations. That's the community bill. And then the 350,000, that is for the lighting along the waterfront. So I believe the total is 1.8 million for everything.
Okay, so the 400,000 for Mildred Cummings Park, not included in the 1.5.
The 400,000 for Major Cummings is included in the 1.5. It is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for clarifying that. And lastly, if I may, maybe in your time, the Commissioner of Human Services speak to YRC renovations. What exactly will be done to YRC? And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time granted to me.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question regarding YRC. So as everyone kind of knows, YRC and Anna's Hope Group Home are very old facilities. So upgrades would be to the facility itself, and that would include internet. It could be the wiring of that. There's plumbing issues. There's also the phone system, the security perimeter gate as well. So right now we're collecting, doing an assessment completely, and we also have hazard MIT money to make sure that there's no supplanting or supplementing of what they're doing currently. So it'll be just upgrades to the entire facility. But $1 million will not take us very far.
Thank you, Commissioner.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Kazi, I know that the overall plan is to move away from having to utilize RN network and bring on the RNs and LPN full-time. And I know that you started that conversion this year or next year in terms of the budgeting. Do you think you're going to be able to complete that transfer?
In all honesty, Senator Blay, I don't believe I can complete it by the end of the fiscal year. So I will definitely need some of the funding to be in the first quarter of the fiscal year, if possible, for 2022 to pay CHG.
Okay. And the money is the 200,000 that were owed for those employees that were in acting positions, you have been able to internally, from your personnel and fringe, deal with that amount, so you have processed that stuff?
Yes, we are in the process of doing that right now. We have 25 that are processing for payment. We have a few that are internal, a few at DOP, and a couple at OMB. So we're in the process of going through and making sure everybody's paid up by the end of the fiscal year, sir.
Okay, Ms. Assistant Commissioner Hansen, don't we presently have a contractor that is working on the lights on Strand Street from the Fort to Strand Street? Isn't there a contractor already hired?
No, sir. No, Senator.
There was no contractor that was working on the electrical underground?
No, we just had people come out and give us estimates, but no one has been contracted to work on that. The only lights we worked on that area was from Emile Henderson basketball court and tennis.
To where?
Just the basketball court and tennis court. That's it.
Okay. Section A, Sindama facility renovation, what's that? 8460.
Kai, I'm sorry. Mr. Christopher, DOJ.
Where you renovating? The same building in St. Croix that we rented? Oh, no, that's in Damas.
No, this is the building in our offices in GRS. The furniture needed to be changed because it's over 20 years old.
$500,000 for furniture in GRS building?
Yeah, all the desks and all the bookshelves and stuff and the carpeting and stuff needs to be changed because most of them was damaged from the storm in 2017. Plus, the desks were over 20 years old.
Right. It's not just furniture.
The desks have been changed from 1990, from even before 1998. These desks and furniture was in here.
Okay. You have a lease?
We are working on the lease. We negotiated, and we have a meeting upcoming this week to go over the terms of the lease. Also, with your permission, Senator, I would like to make a clarification. I made a mistake as far as when we're discussing where the monies came from for the renovation of the 500, which is the $500,000. Some of the monies came from white collar, but majority of it came from the overall savings from all of our personnel, of course, of which white collar is being one of them. But all of the money didn't come from the white collar.
You always give some honest answer, so I'm not going to press you on that particular issue. So I will leave that there. No. Senator Sarah No Flowers question, just direct, and then Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you. I just want to know, Public Works, Jennings, or Mr. McLean. I only could speak for the west end of this island, and the hillside is adorned. I'm a nationalist. The hillside is adorned with the yellow cedar, and it looks very beautiful. And then when the roadside cleaners come and clean, we just chop everything down. Are we supposed to cut the national flower?
Right, Ruben Jennings. No. We've had that discussion with them before, so we'll have another discussion with them.
Well, most of them, English is not their first language, so I don't know who's translating to them that the yellow flower on the hill should be preserved. Who's doing that?
We speak to the supervisors, and we hope that the supervisors would relay our message to them. But if we need to bring in an interpreter for them, we definitely will.
Okay, please protect my flowers, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I missed the flower conversation because I was reading. Director, Section B. You're increasing operating expenses for OMB?
It's not.
Striking 1,611,000 and inserting 2,311,000.
Yeah, we're moving from personnel.
Right, that's what I asked if you're increasing operating expense.
Yes, we have a few contracts that we need to pay for. So,
Okay, so that is for some outstanding contracts?
yes.
Okay. And then your wage adjustment came in less than we projected, so we're decreasing that by 2 million.
Correct. And yeah, correct.
Okay, point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Point of inquiries. So, to that question, so we're reducing the wage adjustment, the wage adjustment by 2 million, right? So I suspect that's because we did not get to those wage agreements, right?
Correct, Senator.
So in fiscal year 2022, as we are discussing our 22 budget, do we have sufficient coverage when in fact we thought that in FY21 we would have covered, this looks like at least one union?
Yes, Senator. The new salaries, or what it should be, is what was put into the 22 budget. So the 22 is fully covered.
But how are you going to do that when you finish negotiating?
No, well, the negotiations were more or less completed for this wage adjustment. The issue, I think, is in people or departments taking a while to process. So it has some, it's kind of late at this point to continue processing the rest of it. They're not going to get it done in time, so it will roll in. But in terms of the pay is covered in 22.
Okay, I had another question, but I cannot remember what it is, so I'm going to.
Okay, well, I asked
pass.
one, you could look and see if you find the one question. Specialty vehicles, fire service.
Point of inquiry.
Coming out, Senator Carrion. Anybody there? Nobody there for fire service? I hope specialty vehicles are not trucks for supervisors and they're specialty vehicles to fight fire.
No, they're actual fire trucks that are needed. There are a number of their trucks that are damaged, especially I think between St. John in particular and on St. Croix, where they've had broken axles and a number of issues, and it's costing, they can't even get them repaired at this point. They've tried everything, so they do need to purchase new fire trucks, not regular cars.
Okay. Senator Carrion. Coming on. Senator Carrion, point of inquiry. Senator Carrion, you're hearing me? Or you're frozen? Senator Fred Gregory, while we unfreeze. Senator Carrion.
Quickly, Section I, subsection R, where you're amending the associated fringe benefits for personal fringe benefits for VIDE, Department of Education, that's down 6 million.
Yes, Senator.
Did you guys check whether or not you can in fact reduce the DID's budget? I know that there's a maintenance of effort requirement, and that's something that we need to, I mean, I am all in favor of reducing the budget if they don't use the funds, but
yes, Senator.
how is that looking?
We met yesterday with all of the departments, and they have confirmed they actually had over $7 million in vacancy savings that will not affect any maintenance of effort issues that they.
But maintenance of effort is based on the appropriation levels.
Well, according to VIDE,
before we make this adjustment, absent of the funds not being obligated or expended, we need to verify that. I think there is some maintenance of effort requirements around ed, particularly around the funding that's coming to them from this whole COVID-related situation. We need to drill down on that a little further and check the requirements. There are some requirements that came along, should have come rather, with the awards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Renovation of St. Thomas Shaw's O'Malley bathrooms. Where is that located? Where they renovating? Renovating or building? Because I don't know of any existing restroom facility. Where is this?
Mr. Jennings or Mr. McLean? Mr. McLean?
Mr.
Yeah, that's the restrooms, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. The renovation of the restrooms is going to be I think it's a blue building right now, right on the corner of the Veterans Drive and Tolbert Gardner. It's going to renovate that building into become new public restrooms for the downtown area.
So this is the building right there next to the vendors market, the last one close to the street?
Yes.
And
yes,
you guys did a scope of work, that's what it's going to take?
Yes.
Okay. The male and female, how many stalls? It's sufficient. I mean, it's really nice to have a restroom facility in downtown Charlotte, Mali, especially with the amount of tourists that come into St. Thomas. So once we provide this now, Public Works have a maintenance plan as to how we're going to maintain it?
Yes.
Okay. And that building have asbestos or something? $1 million is a lot for bathroom renovation. For that building is standing there with a roof and everything else.
Well, it's complete build out. It wasn't designated. The function of the building wasn't restroom facilities right now. So, there's a lot of plumbing work that needs to go on and to happen.
Okay, so you were able to do the scope, and this is a ballpark figure that you came up with?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And is there any plan for the next building beside that? That was what, the courthouse? That's a beautiful building.
Well, the old district court building is actually has severe structural issues. So the cost for retrofitting that building would be substantially greater than the cost of doing the work in the building adjacent to it.
I think we're going to eventually have to look at historic preservation or something. It's a beautiful building, and we need to revitalize it, and it's in a key part of St. Thomas. I'm sure that if we're able to get that building fixed, it'll be one that we can rent downstairs and have offices upstairs. Senator Carrion, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, Mr. Chair. I apologize. The phone got overheated and got logged off. No, but my line of my inquiry was, I think you touched base on it, was the $1 million for the bathroom at Charlotte Mali downtown. So I was kind of concerned on the high amount of $1 million for a bathroom. But I think you touched on it. So.
Okay, thank you so much. YRC Group home $1 million. I know we had $750,000 in our account there that wasn't spent for donkey years. We spent the $750,000 and now we had another $1 million.
750 in an account for capital improvements?
Yes,
sir?
for YRC.
I'll have to double check that.
Okay, and MEP claims 750,000. So we shot?
For my projections, sir, we could come up a little bit short. Currently, our claims as of 8/31/2021, our claims are at $7,165,997. We're budgeted for 2021 at $5,562,000, which leaves $1.6 million. With the $750,000, that will bring us to potentially not making a local match of $853,997.
Okay. What's the MMIS?
It's the Medicaid Management Information System, DXC Gainwell. That should be sufficient, the $573,295 to complete the fiscal year, sir.
That wasn't funded before?
I think we just fell a little bit short for the local match aspect of it. We were funded for MMIS for the double check the total amount for that.
Okay, the next question will be, have you included the right amount in this upcoming budget?
I'll double check for that, sir, as well.
Department of Health. I think this has to do with the contracts, payment of off-island residential care. This is update of contracts, that some of the contracts increase. So this is the difference?
Some of the, well, we're still in the process of solidifying some of those off-island contracts, but it's really just back payment of those off-island services, sir.
Okay, so do we have the right amount for next fiscal year with the new contracts that were negotiated, or the old contracts that expired and were negotiated and came in at a higher amount? Did we include it in the budget?
Yes, we did.
Human Services, same question. Did we include any contract that was recently negotiated? And
Yes, all of our contracts that we have not been able to execute in 2021, we included in the 2022 budget.
okay, I have you guys on the record now, and also can't come back and say we need extra money because you're saying I have it in the budget. Colleagues, any other questions?
If I get additional people, that might.
Senator Fred Gregory, question?
Senator Biele.
Yes, Senator. Yes, Commissioner Encarnacion.
Just for the record as well, like Commissioner Kazi Gomez says, sometimes we actually receive patients from BOC that needs to be transferred as soon as possible.
Yes.
So with the increased number of patients coming in, of course, we may need more. So don't hold us to that, okay?
Just only messing with you. But you should put in a buffer, because we do have patients that need to be removed immediately. And money should not be an issue if we have a serious patient that we need to send off island for treatment. Money shouldn't be an issue as to why we can't deal with that particular person. I just recently read up some real violent case with individuals suffering from mental issues. And some of those individuals, the best thing that we can do is to be able to provide them with a facility off island to deal with them. Senator Fred Gregory.
Okay, very quickly. When the Department of Education was here for their FY 2022 budget presentation, they spoke about outstanding obligations. Was that discussed in your meeting most recently that you had when you were working to reduce the $6 million?
They spoke to the fact that, I think Charlene, she did speak to the fact that she did have some payments to make, but it wasn't coming from personnel, and she had enough in her operating expenses to cover her costs.
But if there's outstanding obligations?
No, well, her outstanding obligations, she said she had enough. Not extra outstanding. Those that they had the funding from last year, as well as what they have for this year. They have enough in their operating expenses budget now to cover all of that.
I'm glad you brought up last year. Through the chair, can we please ask the departments and agencies, the OMB director, to require the departments and agencies to provide an update on the amounts, on the outstanding, or the balances rather, of the amounts that were appropriated last fiscal year in the, I think it was the appropriation transfer.
Yes.
That's important information for us to get. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. Senator Blighter, you have any other questions? Okay, let's take a 2-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Before we allow the Budget Director to put a closing statement on the record, she's been here from this morning with us, and she's hungry and tired. The plan moving forward, and the chair didn't, since it was a finance meeting today and we're trying to be frugal, the chair didn't feed anybody today, which isn't a good thing. But what we're going to do is, we're having the markup of the budget bills, and we are going to have a Committee of Finance meeting on September 13th for all of the budget bills, September 15th in rules, and September 17th session that is going to be specifically for the budget bills, and also specifically to make sure that this supplemental budget get passed before the end of the fiscal year. I would just ask the Senate President to make sure that this is one of the first bills that go up, because we need to get a governor's approval of it before September 30th, or this bill will be no good, null and void. So we will work on that. We want to make some minor changes. One, we need to make sure that the amount for the Omnitech and Meditech and those stuff.
Omnicell.
That they're right. And we will have that discussion with Dr. Amaro and Ms. Diamond Williams. And then we need to put in specific language for the $10 million to the GRS, notwithstanding any other law, because that is codified, the $10 million per year from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund. And we want to put in specific language that states to satisfy the court case, because the court case have a specific amount. So we'll be able to put that, and we owe them $1 million more also, right? From the year before, they said they only got 9?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going to change that to 11, and then we'll only owe 8. So the next
8.9.
8.9. So the next appropriation from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund, we put the 8.9 to satisfy. Well, we'll talk the 8.9 to satisfy the rest of this court case, and then we'll have 1.1 that could go as a direct contribution, and then from there we'll be able to flow. But we do have some stuff that will be coming for retirement, so we'll see how we're going to word the particular language moving forward for the retirement system. So point of inquiry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I know the director really needs to leave, but so earlier today, the whole issue of 83, I think 83 came up, right? When you came before us on about June 3rd of this year, we talked about, so what was the, I don't want to use the word surplus, what was the excess amounts in FY 2021? And the reason why I'm asking is because if we're going to take care of this GRS matter, I don't know if you're able to do it based on your cash on hand. I don't know. We don't know. So I don't want to be heavy-handed in the discussion. But if we can also include that portion so we could put that matter to rest, we could also include that language that says to cover the court case matter. So we could wrap that up. This, my colleague, the chair is saying the balance would be some 8. It probably going to take it down to 3. Perhaps, I don't know. But we need to have that earnest discussion so we could wrap that up.
Understood.
Okay?
And agreed, Senator. So we will, my team and I will work through the numbers. We'll get you that final for 2020, and we'll send you the adjustments.
Okay, then we will include that adjustment in here and use all of it to settle that outstanding obligation that we have for the retirement system, which would free up a little bit more for the next budget cycle. Director and all of those who were available virtually to provide answers for us in the part moving forward for the supplemental budget, we want to thank you for being available to answer questions. I know that this was pretty quick to get everybody assembled. So thank you, Director, for being able to get everybody assembled for today, because this has been a work in progress. So you want to put a closing statement in the record, or you just want to say pass my budget?
No, I will simply say thank you. Thank you for the time today. Thank you for the opportunity to present this. And I thank you on behalf of the entire team who was here today and everybody else for the consideration of the request that we have made.
And thank you, Director, for your work. And I just want to say that we did receive the amendment in the nature of a substitute this morning, but it's something that we got to work on. We got to deal with it, and there was a lot of numbers that need to be scrubbed, et cetera, in order to get it done. So we're not going to be here complaining that it's late, it's this or that. That's the way that we must function at time in order to get what we need passed. So the Committee of Finance is going to adjourn until September 13. Well, the Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.